Okay, good evening. This is Board of Selectmen meeting, special meeting of March 9th. We're in the upper meeting room. This is hybrid and via Zoom. If we could rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Okay, so we're here to continue with our budget deliberations. Hope we made a lot of progress tonight. We're going to try. And the first area we're going to look at is the first selectman's budget. I am going to abstain from the vote, but we do have a couple of suggestions where we can make some cuts, and that's all I'll say for the
Point
moment.
of order. Do we have a recording secretary this evening?
Sandy is
By Zoom.
by Zoom.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. Yep. Okay, so,
So I guess the first is the veterans rep that they want to reduce by 1,700. And let me just see. I'm just trying to see where this is.
So wait, are we going to go line by line? Because I was going to start with the first selectman. Or am
Oh,
I
yeah,
missing
that's fine.
something?
Yeah, that's fine. We can
Okay.
start with that. Okay. So first selectman PT wages, they're recommending $1,200. I guess my question is, the first selectman gets I thought just a salary. Is that correct, Kevin?
Correct.
So-
So what are we talking, which one are we talking about, guys?
The PT wages, what is that actually? I'm not,
I don't know where you're at. Where are you looking for part-time wages?
Five
I'm looking at the
one.
first selectman, the first
I was
line. I'm
looking
not
at
even
that.
looking at this page
Okay.
yet. I'm looking at the detailed sheet where it says first selectman. It says amended budget for 2026, 119. Then there's an increase to 122.9. So that's where my eyeball is.
correct.
What's the increase for?
General wage increase, 275.
Okay, for the first selectman.
Correct.
So I would propose to take that out. So that would be a minus of how much?
3290. 3,290.
Okay, so that's just the first line for me. And then we can go down the line if anybody is in agreement, A or not.
Okay, I guess I still am questioning. There was something on this other sheet about part-time wages. Can you just explain how the wages work for the first selectman?
Yeah, so that's not for, the first selectman, that's for the AV tech, if there's any, floater to cover, the first selectman's executive
Oh,
assistant when
I
they're
see.
there,
Okay,
things like that.
okay, now I understand. All right. So you're talking just about the first select, okay.
Yep.
I'm following now. It's 119, goes up to 122. All right, I guess I'll just ask, since Dan's not going to be voting, I'll just
No.
canvass. Roseanne, what is your take on that?
I'd like you to review it again, just so we're all clear.
Okay, so Candace, I don't think she made a motion, but
No, I just wanted to, I mean, if
Discuss.
I have to, I will. I
yeah,
just,
to basically to reduce the first selectman from the 119,630, I'm sorry, the proposed of 122,920 down to 119,630. So in other
Just
words, it would
keep
not
it
be
flat.
giving, yeah, keep it flat versus giving the bump of the 2.75.
And the only reason I'm suggesting it is just to keep it flat for this year. I feel like we're inundated with looking at reductions and being looked at to make significant reductions. And if it's not going to be, impactful as far as the services to the town, I would say that we can just keep it flat for this year and then relook at it next budget cycle.
I'm going to be opposed to that. I think this job has become extremely time-consuming. I've been at this for a long time, and I know how much this takes. I was first selectwoman for some time, and I know I could not do the job now that is required. The number of extra hours, we're not asking other people to take a pay cut, to not get a raise. I think the first selectman, we worked very hard to make the first selectman's salary somewhat comparable to what other administrative positions are being paid, not just in this town, overall. And I believe that the pay raise is warranted. I appreciate the fact that the first selectman would step forward and offer to do that, but in my opinion, that becomes kind of a slippery path when we begin to reduce people's wages and then still expect them to do the same. We all have to face the cost of living charges that increases, and certainly this job isn't any different. So I would not be in favor of that.
Thank you, but just for clarity, I'm not asking for a reduction in a wage. I'm just asking to not increase it, and it's not contractual. That's all. Thank you.
Jason?
I really don't have any feelings. I would say that was a very persuasive argument. I'm not sure, just in the spirit of making concessions, I can understand why someone would do that, but I think Roseanne has made a compelling argument, and I think I would be in line to oppose any amendment to that line.
Well, in response to Candace's comments, even though it is an increase in the wage, that means that then if you don't get it, that is a reduction.
I respectfully disagree. It's actually a 5% increase. So this is why we're here. We're here to talk about these things. I mean, it's certainly not a personal thing. I'm looking at it. And the truth is if it were me, there would be no increase. I would literally move forward with the very same that I've been going with, specifically knowing we're looking at each and every department and either decreasing and or not giving. So, you know. That's okay.
Candace, just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just confused where you're getting 5%. I see 2.75. Am I?
Oh, forgive me. I actually saw the 5 right below it. So I
Okay,
think my
okay.
eyeball went
Understood.
to 5. Forgive me.
Understood.
But still, it's still a significant increase. And
Okay,
should just
so I'll make a motion and we can vote on it, if that's good. All right. I'll move to reduce the first selectman from 122,920 down to 119,630, which is a reduction of, Kevin?
3290.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I'm going to call a vote.
Yep, is there any more discussion? Anybody? Okay. All those in favor of reducing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed. Okay. All right. So that stays. All right. Next is, I don't know, I'm just looking at this other sheet. It says first selectman, the PT wages. It looks like,
Can I just do a quick point of ordering, or whatever?
sure, of
So
course.
just so everyone, like when you're looking at here, it looks like the Board of Selectmen are going up to 5.57%. The problem was last year, we missed your increase. So if you look at the actual on column I, Board of Selectmen totaled 10,720, but the budget was 10,434. So the Board of Selectmen is just a percentage of the first selectman's salary. So, but we didn't calculate the Board of Selectmen last year, so that's why you guys look like you're jumping up 5.5, but really, it's just 275. It's just playing catch-up for that missed.
And I'm going to go the same route
Yeah.
on that line too. You know what I mean? I mean, this wasn't he was first.
Yep.
So,
Yeah,
you know,
understood.
I'm not just looking at you, Dan. I'm actually looking at all of us too. So, again,
In the second one
know?
tied together.
So that's where my eyeball had gone.
Okay.
So no, I would be at the same spot. I think that everybody should just be staying flatlined and the same. And we're looking at significant reductions from our departments and not giving, some of the things that I think essentially there are needs there, but we're making choices and hard choices. Is there a conversation going on down there? Are we okay?
I'm sorry, we were having a side conversation about the last vote.
Okay. So,
results weren't clear.
Not making a motion on it, but that's kind of where I was going. It wasn't just the first selectman, it's us too, just to kind of stay flatlined, and kind of showing our community and our departments that, we're willing to compromise and to give or to not, take more when we're asking them to take more from their budgets. So what is the difference between, what's the number there?
10,434 and 11,015. What's that difference, Kevin? So you know.
Sorry, between the 11, the board of selectmen one,
Yes,
the
so
second line?
11,015 and 10,434, yeah.
581.
Okay, so I'll make a motion and then we can discuss it further. So on Board of Selectmen, number 51617, I'll move to reduce the proposed number from $11,015 by $581 down to $10,434.
Second.
Any discussion? No, okay. I guess I'll call a vote. All those in favor of reducing it signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that's 4-0. Okay. Let's see. Where was
So I just have to check the charter on that, because I think your wages are tied to the first selectmen's wages.
Yeah, I don't think they can
So I think
reduce it.
kind of just create a little budget deficit there, but it's only a couple $100.
So-
Just something to keep in mind.
Maybe amend the
I'm-
motion to,
I'm not
Consider the-
following.
So the board of selectmen's wages are tied in the charter to the first selectmen's wages.
Okay.
I don't know if it's an exact percentage, I'm just trying to Google it real quick.
Okay.
I think that the reason for that is it creates a dilemma of a conflict of interest for the Board of Selectmen to vote on their own, so it's part of
Oh,
the charter.
oh, I see. Okay.
I mean, if it's in the charter, then
Just-
whatever we just voted here is null and void, but if it's not associated with the charter, then I think we should go forward with it, considering it was unanimous.
Okay.
In the interest of time, I don't know if we should
Yeah, I'll just follow up.
check it later, yeah.
All
thank you.
right, so we'll come back to that one then, based upon what happens with the charter. Okay. There was, let's see, veterans rep expenses. I'm just looking at this other sheet we have, and it looks like the actual was, let me see. 6,500. So is that holding steady at 6,500,
Is
Kevin?
this for the veterans rep?
Yeah.
So the veteran rep, in the past year, we haven't fully expended the $6,500. We're closer to 5,000. That's why we were comfortable cutting the 1,700 to bring the total to 4,800, I think. Yeah. So we cut 1,700. That gives $400 a month for miscellaneous travel reimbursement expenses.
And that's, okay.
Yeah, and that's much closer to where we are actual. There's a few, veterans that unfortunately passed away that Mr. Burge doesn't have to, drive around as often as he was in the past.
Okay.
So we
All
were
right.
able to reduce that. So we're not cutting his service at all. It's just more closely aligned to actuals.
Okay, so for veterans rep expenses, line 53520, I'll make a motion to reduce the $6,500 by $1,700 to bring it down to $4,800. Do I hear a second? People know where I am? Okay. No second?
No.
Okay. Jason, no second?
Nope.
Candace?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't see seconding cutting the vet and not cutting the board of the first selectman. I think it's ridiculous. Can we go back to the executive assistant so we can go detailed, right down line by line?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Kevin did say that that was the actual, so that's why I was in agreement with it, but understood.
All right.
All right.
So we're back at the executive assistant. There's an additional, so from 74,494 to 76,542. Is that contractual or not?
Non-affiliates don't have contracts.
Okay. Well, do we have interest in keeping it flat or no?
I do not.
I do not.
I think that the general wage increase is something that most of the town employees expect, and it's what they've been getting every year. So I think I would agree with keeping it at 2.75.
Okay. So then we're at PT clerical. So that goes down from 7,820 to 77,200. Why does that go down? I'm just asking.
Closer in line to actual. Actual, we spent about 5,100,
Okay.
so.
Longevity is there. It has to be there, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Ad hoc committees, that's minus 20%. Veterans rep expenses, we already went over that. That's staying flat. Memorial Day parade, that's 3,500.
Hold on. We're skipping over
What are we skipping over?
the part-time wages discussion we just.
Part-time,
51620.
Yeah.
oh, 51620,
Yeah.
We already
part-time
had it.
clerical.
We took that one out.
That was,
You just did the veteran rep, you didn't do the part-time.
Yeah, we didn't do the
oh,
part-time
we didn't do the
wages.
part-time clerical, I'm sorry. These numbers after a while.
I thought
It
we
looks
actually did. I
like,
thought you
it
just
looks like it
commented
was reduced by
Yeah.
the actual, he said, so
Yeah.
it's negative 7.93.
on it. Right.
Isn't that what, I think that's what Kevin
That's what you
said.
said. Yeah.
Yeah, the reduction is 7,200, we can cut that additionally 1,200 to 6,000.
Oh,
Oh, and
Okay.
that's on this sheet.
Correct,
oh,
yeah.
okay, that's what, I know, okay, all right,
Yeah.
so we've got to look at both, I wasn't looking at both. Okay, so we can cut this down by
Thank you for that.
1,200. Thanks, sorry about that, to 6, okay, so let me, sorry, these numbers after a while. Okay, so PT clerical 51620, make a motion to reduce the 7,200 by $1,200 to bring us down to $6,000. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Headwater.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, so that's 3-1. Okay. All right, so, let me see, where are we next?
And now that we're on PT wages that we just cut, so that's 51620. Are we gonna just kind of go line by line here? Is that what we're doing?
That's what I thought we were
Yeah,
doing. I
that's
think
what I
it's
thought we were
easier,
doing.
and then
Yeah.
if there's an additional, can you
Right.
chime in on the sheet?
Yeah,
Is that okay
that's a
with
good
everybody?
idea. Yeah, I
All
think
right.
that's a good idea.
Okay, so
All
we'll
right.
just keep on going and see
Where we
where
are.
we're, okay.
Okay, so we're at,
Grant writer, which doesn't exist, so
yeah,
longevity.
grant writer and all right, longevity, that's by contract.
Mm-hmm.
All right, ad hoc committees, that's already down negative 20%, so I would leave that as is. Veterans rep expenses, I think we already dealt with that. That's going to stay at $6,500. Memorial Day Parade, that's at $3,500, so that's staying flat. If anybody has anything, just jump in. Postage communications, it looks like it went up 20% from 25,000 to 30,000.
And these are just the things that we absolutely have to, I mean, right? I
Yeah, I mean, I think
haven't
that's-
sent a piece of mail, but I just wanted to say it for the public, right? That way we're actually talking about it, because it did go up, and most people are not utilizing unless they absolutely have to. Okay.
Yeah, so we mail only, the tax bills, the delinquent tax bills, whatever the registrar, they're doing a big bulk mailing. So a lot of these, if you look, there could be 4 or 5 bulk mailings a year. The tax collection once a year, I think, is like $7,000 or $8,000 by itself, right? To mail out, the 20,000 pieces of mail, whatever it is.
Thank you for that.
Okay, next is professional conventions, slash, I think it's continuing, probably education of some sort. That is staying flat at $600. Selectmen's expenses, that's staying flat at $1,000. Welfare general assistance, that went up 100% from 500 to 1,000.
What is welfare?
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing.
What is that exactly?
So if there's an issue, we haven't had to use any this year.
It's a discretionary item for the first selectman. If someone's in need and gives us flexibility to try to help someone out if there is no other avenue and they come to see us. It's not much, but occasionally we can intercede and help somebody.
So last year, since the service of the community budget got cut back for the East Side Scholarship Association, we had to pull out a $1,000 scholarship because it was cut back to $880. So $120 came from that account, and then there was one more payment for $261. So last year we spent about $400 from that account. So, and that was really just 2 items it touched.
I think it's a small amount compared to the entire budget. It's something that is discretionary, and I think this is a personal matter for someone who has difficulties that are unexpected, and I would not be in favor of cutting this. If it were a much larger amount, I might have different feelings, but we all know that things happen sometimes that just beyond your control. I think as a community, this is something that we should have available for the first selectman to use his or her discretion on.
Jason? Do you have any
I have
comments?
no feelings one way or the other. I think it's a really small amount of money and eating up kind of valuable time resources discussing it.
Candace? What's your opinion?
No, I would bypass that because I think it is a small amount, and I think that it actually does go a long way. What about miscellaneous supplies?
So, I'm not sure what that covers. Kevin, could you enlighten us?
So that is office supplies, so last year we spent $5,800 in that account. Office supplies, WB Mason, copy paper for the building, gets centralized in this.
Oh, okay.
So
So it's a central, okay.
Would that include tabs for our budget book?
It will next year.
Well, those tabs are hot button top.
Well, they don't really make it, I put my tabs in and I still can't figure it out, so, yeah, I don't know if they make a big difference.
Those tabs.
I would say because the supplies are for the whole building, I would not touch that, but I don't know what other people think. Anybody?
I think we took over the paper, right? Purchasing all the paper for everybody.
Yes.
So that was distributed amongst other departments, but we wanted to make sure that we had an ample supply all the time, so we took it under my budget.
Okay. Everybody all right with that? Okay, all right.
Before we actually move on to the next thing, can we
Sure.
I just kind of want to get a tally of where we're at, because as far as what the recommendations that came from the Board of Finance and what's being expected of us to, realistically, hand over. Because I think that might help some people.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
great.
want to know where we're at.
Yep, so for everyone to know, that particular account you're looking at, that office supply account, that we budgeted $5,700. With the spending freeze so far year to date, we're at $1,500. So that is a spot we could look at, just so everyone's aware. Okay, now the second question, we can come back to that. So the Board of Finance tasked the first selectman and I, and the Board of Selectmen, line 13 here, town operations. Our task is to get this number, 3.252 million here, to the value of a mill. The value of a mill is $2,866,000.
And that would be bringing it down to the projected 29, because right now we're at 30. Is that accurate?
That
Or
would
no?
just be for the town side we were focused on.
Right, yeah.
If everything else was zero and everything came in zero and the town had that 1 mil increase, it would be exactly like you're saying. We would go
Okay.
from 28.01 to 29.
Okay, so then I'll keep it in the amount of money then. Just tell us how much more we need to basically cut.
We need to cut, in order to get to, I think it's 480,000. Hold on, that was a little too aggressive. 380, about 365,000-ish.
Wait, say that again, three?
About between 365 and 380 we gotta cut, so about 375, just say 375.
375,000.
Correct.
Okay, and that is with already the reduction of the savings that we're going to get from the insurance that we
Yes.
already have.
Yep, so.
Okay, so that's already been computed in, hence,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep,
All right.
so if we, just real quick, if everyone just wants to look at the screen, you guys might have a copy in front of you. So what I did, for those at home, this isn't official cuts, it's just kind of like a proposal on how we can get to that $2.8 million. We start the town operations at the very top, $3,252,000. These health insurance cuts here for $92,000. That $92,000 is the police officers and those 3 firefighters, right, that we reduced.
Yep.
So we're only adding 3. The proposal was for 4.5 firefighters, full-time equivalents. Cut back to 3, that's $92,000 savings. Earlier this afternoon, the state of Connecticut released their health insurance numbers. We went from 15 to 10.4. That's $139,000 savings.
Awesome.
Great.
Based
Yeah.
on also the cuts we've already made to those firefighters, to some other positions, we can save about $20,000 in FICA.
Good.
And depending on what we do with the rest of these cuts, we can look at that line later. You can see there's that column, column D that says FICA.
Yep.
That's to adjust. If we're adding positions or taking away, that's the line you really need to focus on there, right? To make sure we're budgeting properly on that side. So the rest of these proposed cuts gets us at the very bottom to $2,770,000.
And then we have to find an additional 100.
No, that's in the, we're in the goods, we're like, because think
We're
about
in
it,
the sweet spot,
yeah,
right there?
yeah. So
Okay.
That's actually lower than our target.
Yeah, just in case, someone's like, okay, let's not cut that one, let's have this one, just have a little wiggle room. And also, not for nothing, that 139,000 came in this afternoon. I had this finalized on Saturday. So when I got this additional 139,000, that's where you see that 139 plug, and then at the bottom it says 130. I was about $10,000 off, right? I'm coming to a number. I had a little wiggle room in there. But, so I cleaned a few things up, and so here we are. So
Can I ask
if all
a-
this gets approved, we're $130,000 lower than the Board of Finance.
Target.
100,000, because I just rounded to 29, to like 2866, so about $100,000 less than the Board of Finance tasked us with.
So we're beating the target
And
by
this
about
doesn't cut
100.
any positions out of the budget as far as any filled positions.
Right.
Right, so no one's losing their job. The only cuts here would be for positions, delaying the town engineer for 6 weeks, reducing the grounds crew at Park and Rec. They still keep 5, but that position will be hired January 1st. I don't know if Jerry here?
No.
No,
Jerry did
but
agree to that cut, only because it's hard to fill a landscaping grounds job in the middle of the summer.
Mhm.
And so that's why he was amenable to having that, reduced to half-time.
Mhm.
With the caveat, you'll notice there's only one addition here, seasonal part-time help for Jerry, so.
Which is on the last.
At the very bottom,
the
the
very
total.
bottom.
It kind of got shuffled up, so it's midway, because they're
Oh,
all in order.
okay.
But so just so everyone knows, all these are reductions with the exception of one, with the idea of cutting back his grounds crew to only having 4, so they don't have that 5th guy during the summer. That he just needs one additional seasonal helper to kind of pick up going to maintain at least the same level of service.
In terms of strategy for this evening, we just went through one department that we kind of already combed through, and it took a half hour. If we do that for each other department we've already gone through, we're going to be here all night and then some, which is fine if that's what we need to do. However, there is a budget deadline looming this Wednesday for us to hand this off to Board of Finance. It might be a better use of our time to go through this highlighted place where there are potential cuts. Were figured out by very smart people talking to each other over actual numbers that they already understand, and kind of get our input in it rather than kind of going through line by line by line. Also considering, I don't think we made it through the entire budget yet, right?
No, when we started the first night, and I'm going to go back because I can agree with you, but I also want to do my due diligence here. And yes, this is great, but there might be things that we're missing. So I fully understand and hear you, but yeah, this is going to be exhaustive work. That's what we signed on for. In fact, I could have sworn that that's what you said. I mean, a few meetings ago. We missed at least, I think, 3 to 4 days of meetings. And in my opinion, kind of poor planning on that, or not being very proactive along with the snow. But hey, I mean, 23 inches of snow is going to push people back. But here we are. So the first night, this got put aside because we didn't have 2 members here, and we didn't have enough people. Then something else went off to the side. Then we got into some other things, and then, things are shuffled around. So, again, if it goes to a vote, I'm probably going to be outnumbered, but I feel like we're here to do a job and a service. So I get this, and this is wonderful, but, I mean, there's other things in this really large book. Just my take on it.
Okay.
Okay.
So how do we want to proceed? Should we identify the sections that we haven't touched and just make sure, or incorporate, we may touch them as we go through this list?
Correct, yeah. Why don't we do that? Let's
Why don't we go
keep
through
going
want to go through the list or through the book?
Let's,
List.
we should,
A list?
Let's start with the list then.
Yes.
I think
And
we've
then-
got a target we can work on.
And then I think,
Okay, I completely disagree. And again, if I'm outvoted, that's perfectly fine. I have never seen almost an unorganization when it comes to moving through a budget book. Okay, this isn't my first time. I've been around a long time. You go through, you go from the beginning to the end. And what happens is when you're pulling things out and you're back and forth, then people don't even know where they are. And then they're tired, and then they're exhausted, and then they're frustrated. No, we have a job to do here to go through this budget and go through each section. Yes, this is great. If we get there, then we look at it, and then we have discussion on it. Again, I'm
So-
one person out of how many?
so,
Well, could we continue with the list that's in front of us, the increase? Could we continue with that and then decide where to go?
So, there's a couple ways we could do it. We could go through this list and see where we get, and then we can revisit any section, we'll identify any section we haven't looked at, and then we'll catch those up. Does that make sense?
That's reasonable.
All right, let's do it that way.
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't mean
all
to
right.
hit my microphone. It isn't reasonable. It's actually taking the easy way out. It's ridiculous, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But heck, let's go with the flow, right?
So,
We did veterans rep and part-time wages off
Yep.
this list. Shall we move to finance?
yep. Okay. So we've identified line 56-100 as an area where we can make a reduction of $1,000.
So we don't have to pay for W-2s anymore.
Because it's online?
So with ADP, they're paying for that. Well, we're paying for it just in a different form.
Yeah.
But it's no longer, $1,000 of printed W-2s, things like that. So a lot of the tax reporting paperwork we don't need. So the $5,000 is, the $1,000 cut is just efficiencies we're creating in the office.
All right, do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to reduce line 56100 finance office supplies by $1,000.
Do I hear a second? Okay. Any discussion? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
So could I just make a quick recommendation?
Yes.
As we're looking at this, could we look at the rest of it quickly so that at least then
Yeah.
maybe don't have
Which
to
I
come
would
back to it?
absolutely agree to and was right about to say. Did we actually go through the finance one yet?
No, so this is one that we
Yeah,
can
so
catch
that's
up.
why I
We
was
didn't
just,
find
why don't
it?
we go
Yeah,
through
we
it?
want to be thorough.
Yeah, I
Right.
agree.
So any one that we haven't touched, we should go through it as we're going through the list.
Exactly.
That way we
And then
can
we
achieve
just
both
have to
goals.
Go back, yeah.
All right.
Hang on, we went through finance, Board of Finance?
This is the finance department.
It's the different
Yes.
department.
The one we just cut was 56100 from, oh, wait a minute,
No.
that's a different one.
This is
Right.
why I'm
We're
trying
at Board
to
of
say-
Finance,
So this is, this is Board of Finance.
56100.
I don't, is it?
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the page.
Because at the top of the page, it says the organization will be 1054118.
Board of Finance.
Correct.
That's
Yeah.
Board of Finance. We're on the finance department.
Right, the one that just left, that we just left was 120,
That's what we're
Finance
doing.
Department.
That's what we're doing.
and we did not do that one?
No, we're doing that. That's what we just did.
Wait,
That's-
I'm
we're
on the wrong one then. I'm on Board of Finance.
We should be on finance
So
department.
First selectman was the first budget, second budget, Board of Finance.
Correct.
Third budget is Finance Department. Do you want to go back to the Board of Finance? We can touch on the two items there.
Whoa, what?
Okay, so the,
Okay.
So Board of Finance has two lines.
okay,
There's a part-time clerical line for $3,600. It should be, so the first budget book you should be looking at was Board of
all right, so we're
Finance,
not going in
First
order.
Selectman.
Okay,
And
understood.
the
Now I
next
get
one
it.
is
So it's got a, yeah, so you're,
Board of Finance.
yeah,
Board of
We're at
Finance
the
is the
Board of
next.
Finance.
So there's
No,
just
That's
two
finance
lines.
the next
And then
department.
we're going to the next one.
yeah, I thought we were
Yeah.
at the Board of Finance.
That's
Okay.
the finance.
You're on the finance
department.
department. You want to go back to Board of Finance, just so we can
No,
look at
just to
it.
let you know, Board of Finance, there's only two items, part-time clerical to match the actual.
Which we already went
Yep.
through. We already went through it.
Okay,
But the cut that was just made was 1054120,
correct.
That's the next.
5611, no,
Yes, 56100.
yes, 56100. All right, so that was the one we just voted on. Cool.
Right, and that's the next section, but we're trying to capture everything as we move through. So
Okay.
we had looked at the Board of Finance before.
Yes.
So we've satisfied ourselves with that. Now we're on to the Finance Department.
That might have been the night you weren't here.
Which,
I think.
no, I have notes for that.
I can't remember.
we
I
just-
think
Okay.
it might have been.
I have this tabbed, but I don't think we made any changes or anything.
Not
Okay.
with the Board of Finance. I
Now
don't
with the
believe.
Board of Finance.
No.
Okay.
Oh, all right, so now we're moving through. Now we're at the Finance Department. We just made it a change. And do we want to just look through it, see if there's any other adjustments?
I think that it would be smart to do so, yes.
Yep, okay.
Okay, so we're at the top. I just go to the top. Whoever's at the top is the first one that I'm gonna bring out. Okay, so we got the treasurer. So again, we have the increase. I'm just talking about the increases because we're being very cognizant of where we're at and trying to move forward with an absorbable budget for people, okay? So last budget was 14,604. This year it's 15,005. The treasurer, is that a contract? Is it just an increase?
Elected position, non-contractual obligation, GWI.
Okay. So
All
it goes up,
non-affiliated.
so it goes up $1,000, is that accurate?
No.
Nope.
Goes up $400.
402, forgive me. Oh, forgive, okay. Are we okay with that
Yes.
increase?
Mhm. All right. Next is the Director of Finance, and it's again 2.75, which is consistent with the other unaffiliated increases,
And the deputy in there.
and the deputy. Yeah. Then we have finance staff, which is 7.5. But that's, there was increase in staff. What was the change?
So there's a reduction in staff, there's an increase in our part-time accountant and our senior accountant in order to catch up on the audit. So next year, I imagine that to probably be negative.
So as part, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying we increased the number of hours a week for our outside accountant to help assist in the audit to 4 hours.
Right. So we've been under a lot of pressure, and I've made representations to the state of Connecticut that we would adequately staff this department to get us through these audits, to finally get us caught up to where we need to be, and we're making, as was explained before, we're making progress every year, every cycle, and we want to keep the foot on the gas to get that behind us, and once that is done, then I think we'll be able to make some reductions here. But it's very important that we achieve that goal for bonding purposes, for scrutiny from the state of Connecticut, so it's very important we keep that in place. Overtime, that's reduced, eliminated, yeah. And longevity, that's reduced.
It's reduced, but it's contractual?
Correct.
Okay. And then accounting software is down, which is good.
It'll be down another 20 grand next year, hopefully, too.
Okay, so
That was part of the
professional
ADP.
conventions,
Pardon me?
what is the professional conventions and conferences like? Who is utilizing that? Is that across the district, or what is that?
No, so that's for, really that's for our deputy finance director to attend continuing ed now for his newly certified purchasing agent certification.
I think, why do I feel like you've already told me that? I think that you did. Because
It's just a slight
think you
increase.
did, I'm
the 290
sorry.
is literally for the Connecticut Purchasing Policy Association or something like that.
Okay, and then miscellaneous supplies are staying the same. Does anybody have anything else before we go on to the next section?
Nope, let's move on. The assessors, did we do that last time?
I could have sworn we already did the
I
assessors.
thought
but,
we did too, yeah.
We can go back to it if anybody needs to.
No, I don't see it.
I can put a green mark if you're good with a department. I'll just highlight the tab in green, and then that way we just know what we want to go back
Yeah,
to.
Yep.
that's good.
So that works for everybody.
That does work.
So we're good with the
Color coding.
assessor?
Yeah,
Or-
that's a negative 0.13%.
Yeah,
So,
I think we
yeah.
talked with them, yeah, we covered that before. Yep,
Yeah, we already.
Okay,
we
yeah, I
went
think
through
that's good.
Board of Assessment Appeals, that's,
So the reason they have to reval, I guess. So I think that's why the
It went up.
recording secretary went up from 1,750 to 2,500. And I think I asked that question at the prior meeting.
because we anticipated
So,
some
yeah.
hearings. Yep.
There's going to be, I think, a lot, actually.
All right, we already did the tax collector's office. We made changes there.
We did.
Let me
Yeah.
get there. Tax collector.
Go through that.
Okay.
Tax collector's office, we cut back the third
Right,
Yep.
position in the office of part-time.
okay.
With the tax collector,
Human Resources. We had already covered that last time.
Let's just look again.
So the Human Resources Director, that increase is contractual, or no?
No, and it was recognition of additional responsibilities and job growth.
Okay.
And we have the HR assistant.
And nobody, they're just gonna,
Pardon me?
there's no question on it, or, I mean, are we trying to find savings? Are we trying to just keep it, I mean, I don't understand.
We have a way to get to the number that we need to, but just, we already covered this previously. So we want to cover it again, but we're trying to be efficient. So we did this one before, and there isn't anything on our list that is in this budget.
Are you suggesting that you have additional cuts in mind?
Well, I'm looking at 95,000, it goes up to 99,700, which is, it says 5% increase, right? So, I mean, are we just giving increases when we fully know that the budget is higher?
She was promoted to director
Okay.
and has taken on more responsibilities. So it was-
She deals with the Fair Rent Commission also.
Right,
as
she
the
took on the
town
Fair
staff.
Rent Commission. So,
Oh, I see. Okay.
yeah, so,
Well, yeah, those things need to be talked about. I mean,
Right.
I at least think so, you know? I mean, if somebody looks at the number and they don't know,
right.
then they're like, oh, okay, well, you're not giving another fireman and you're not giving a police officer, but you're giving money here or you're giving money there. So I'm just trying to have a conversation publicly. That way, if people do look, they know kind of what we're doing and why.
Yes, and it's in the comment as well. It does mention the Fair Rent Commission and also tracking the FOIA now, which is another new
Okay.
responsibility. Yep. Okay, so are we okay with that section? We can
Yes.
move on to government miscellaneous and benefits. That's really kind of a function of, so FICA is a function of the total payroll.
I recommend
We
the
do.
FICA piece of it,
Yeah.
Yep.
and the health insurance, that's one of the ones we table,
Mhm.
because you have to go back at the
Right.
end and adjust that anyway.
Right.
So if you just I'll highlight that one.
Yeah, we'll just put a little tag on that one, because we will have to, at the end, that'll be the last thing we
But
do.
in that same section though, in that same booklet, there's 3 sections there. Do you want to touch on the other 2, like the other one's legal?
The zoning legal?
The 105-4139 section, there's a couple suggested cuts on that.
Okay.
Okay, and that's on our list, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good.
And those are big cuts.
Well, the zoning legal, you got $24,000.
So we're cutting $2,000 a month. It's just more based on the actuals, and we're RFPing the legal, general government line, so I'm assuming the $2,000 we can kind of absorb in the budget, as long as, legal doesn't spike on us. Same with legal, the second line there, the public safety legal, what we're budgeting is about $10,000 a month. Initially, we had, I think, 11,008 budgeted. So these reductions are essentially just, why they're in $12,000 denominations, or roughly about that. So when we cut something, we're cutting it at a month, right? So when you're looking at the $24,000, we're cutting $2,000 a month from the bills.
I got
And
it.
that was really just based on the last 2 months of the bills. They weren't as much as I was anticipating, don't tell what the attorney said.
I got it.
But, so it's just really based on our latest actual bills.
Okay, and that's next. I know that I thought that we had talked about this a little bit as far as keeping it at a certain point, and that was to ensure that, we had it because we anticipated possibly more legal in that department.
So with the $24,000 cut, we're
Yeah.
still at $90,000 there, 24,000.
And the worst thing that's gonna happen is if they needed an additional, then they would come back, right?
Correct, and so even with that, if you just, so even with that $24,000 cut, that still gives them $9,600,
Okay.
which is still up from the $68,000 we just spent this prior year. Judging on where we currently are sitting, the $100,000 appears reasonable.
Yeah.
Right? Unless we get some crazy court case, right? Just so
Yeah, I
everyone's
would be
aware.
on board for it mainly because they can come back just in case, like if something were to be needed you know, they can come back and get what they need.
So you're talking about reducing 53023 from 120 by 24,000, so what would that put us? 96,000, right? Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Can I just say so moved? Or do you want me, I guess I should spell it out. Okay.
I second.
You want a second?
I'll second it.
Okay,
Well,
we're good.
Sandy's paying attention.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we have a first and a second, and that's on line 53023. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The next is on the next page, right? The,
No, it's on the same
Oh,
page.
what
It's on
is
the
it?
same page in the bottom.
It's called 53027, Labor,
PS.
Public,
oh,
Public Service? No,
labor,
Public safety.
Public
okay.
Safety, sorry.
I'm sorry,
So,
yep.
for that one, I'll just make a motion and then we can discuss it.
Okay.
So, hold on, let me just get my numbers here. So I'm gonna move to reduce the $120,000 by, looks like $32,000. That will bring it down to,
Oh, crap.
I'm not a mathematician,
Hold on. 88,000.
88,000.
I second.
Okay, so now we can have a discussion.
Yeah.
All right, so, let's see, it looks like the actual expense was,
Don't look at the actual.
wait a minute,
Yeah.
224,000, so,
Kind of a blip year.
oh,
Yeah.
okay,
That's public safety, legal lines.
Okay.
A lot happened
That
there.
was an aberration, so let's
Okay,
hope.
understood, okay.
Yeah, in the
So
future.
just
So-
sort of knows why we're okay with the 88 and the 32.
Right,
If you look at there's two lines that do labor attorney, general government's about $32,000, we spent 29,000, and then 88,000 for public safety. If you add those together, that's $120,000, $10,000 a month. Right now, the last bill, we just paid 12,000. So 10, 12,000, and we're in 3 union negotiations, so
Right.
I imagine at least one of them is going to extend into the new year,
Yep.
right? So that's
Mhm.
kind of where that
Yeah.
120,000 is coming from.
I think that's
That's
that's a reasonable number,
That's
I think so, yeah. So,
Are we keeping in mind what we will have in reserve for emergencies?
That's at the very end, our contingency.
that's contingency,
Yeah.
yeah.
Talk about
Okay.
that, yep.
okay.
Right, should we hear a
Call the
motion?
We
Oh, we already did.
did a motion and
Oh, we have-
seconded.
okay.
You just-
Any further discussion? If none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, motion carries. All right,
Let's see.
okay, so, and we'll come back to that page at the end when we know the FICA and the medical.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
All
can
right,
I ask
yeah.
a question? On conservation, 23025, looks like actual expense was $2,000, and now they're asking for 15,000? Is that correct, or
So
did
that's
we?
correct. And even this year, to date, we have not spent a dollar of that conservation legal fees. But if there is an upland review, or if there's any sort of case that inland wetlands has, or conservation natural resources has,
Okay.
kind of like it comes in large chunks, right? Because they're either taking on a case or they're defending the town.
Mhm.
So it's like, it could be nothing this year, and the next year could be $50,000.
Okay.
Right, so that was really just anticipating covering other legal lines if it's needed.
So if it's
Right.
not needed, it goes into, so right now,
General
it's
fund.
just, it's like kind of collecting.
It's gonna be transferred, because right now, we're very highly expended on government, general government, and public safety, because we're in those 3 union negotiations. So this current year, that 15,000 will be transferred April 1st to cover
To,
one of those 2 accounts. It'll still be in the legal line.
oh, I
It's
see,
gonna
so
be
you
transferred,
transfer, okay,
correct.
all right. And if
This
there's
is kind of our
anything,
best guess at what each of these is.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'd say legal's running high, but public safety, or legal, labor attorney's running low.
Mhm.
I'll just do a transfer between those 2 lines.
okay.
So-
I just wanted to make it clear, because it just seemed like there was a big discrepancy there in those numbers.
It's
Yeah.
a contingency in a sense.
Yeah,
for
no,
the-
and I
yeah.
understand, I just wanted to question it, because it just seemed like it was a huge
Yeah,
discrepancy. So, just for clarification, if that money isn't used, then it would go back into the general fund, is that correct?
Yeah. So, I just ran the numbers for 2025. What'll happen is, just real quick, if you go to the revenue side, you can just look up here, you don't have to think, think about it.
Okay.
But when you, this last column here,
Mhm.
this is the 2025 actual expenditures and revenues.
Mhm.
So on the revenue side, we brought in last year 89 million,
Mhm.
89,679.
Okay.
You're gonna notice we spent 90 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You're like, well, crap, we spent more than we brought in. We did, but we knew that. We budgeted for $1 million use of fund balance.
Mhm.
Okay? Of that $1 million use of fund balance, we used 470,000.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
no,
we were
I'm following you.
anticipating dipping into the piggy bank,
Yep.
right? So we dipped in less than half of what we were anticipating,
That's why I was asking.
right? I knew that question was coming up.
Yeah.
Use of
Well, I
fund
just wanted to
balance
make
always
sure
comes.
that it's clear for the public.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Next is IT. We spent a lot of time with that, so I think we can move over that. Town
Just-
clerk. There was a,
Can I just, sorry, can I
Yeah.
just go back to government miscellaneous benefits?
which, on which,
I'm on legal ads,
Yep.
$25,000. So is there a way, and I don't know what the state statute is, I'm not familiar with it, but that the legal ads could be put up like electronically instead of in the newspaper, or is that a requirement?
To the best of my knowledge, right now, the
Statutory.
lobbying group at those newspapers has
They're fi-
kept
they're fighting it.
legal advertisement requirement.
Okay.
So we have to advertise, it's either the day or the heart, I think it's the day.
The day.
Yeah, no, I think it's a day, okay.
But that's, I mean, you look at the actuals, what we
Yeah.
spent there, it's, we raised 24,000 last year.
Yeah, no,
It's trending all of that this year.
yeah, no, and I understand that, I just didn't know if there
I
was,
think there's a bill at the state right now.
Yeah, they lobby hard against it. I mean, that's,
yeah.
that's what's a
that's-
little bit left of their bread and butter.
Yeah, no, I understand, I just didn't
Yeah.
know if there was any way that,
No, good
you know, we
question,
could.
but, yeah, we're obligated
Okay,
statutorily.
got it, thank you.
All right, IT we covered, quite
I'm a little slower than you.
town clerk. I believe we went over that,
IT, yeah, that's. done.
so we're
Okay.
making sure.
Wait, wait,
What's that? I'm sorry?
where are you?
I'm on the registrars already.
Oh,
Yeah, good.
okay, I'm a little slower, sorry, I'm just
And,
trying to,
I think that you had an additional
Town
savings
clerk.
on the
Yeah.
registrars, correct?
Yeah, I had notes, we did,
I think we're gonna get a pretty substantial grant, I imagine at least 14,000.
Yep.
So the current cut, so I propose in my proposals here to cut it back to 1733 to make it even $200,000.
Yeah, I had this one earmarked to go back, so
and let
I'm
me
happy
see.
that you did that.
Let me,
So-
all right, and which one are we looking at, Candace? The
I
registrar?
believe we're looking at the registrars for
5,
the
6,
election
115.
day, 1054149.
Okay, so let me make the motion and then we can discuss it.
Okay.
So, election day expenses, number 56115, I will move to reduce the selectmen's proposed number of 64,000, no,
You're-
no,
we
wait a
already
minute.
reduced it.
It's 59,100.
We'd
Yeah,
already reduced it.
$59,100, sorry, that we had already agreed upon, by $1,733, which would bring us down to
57,367.
57,367.
Yes.
All right.
Correct, yep.
Good.
I'll second.
We have a second, all right. Any further discussion? Being none, hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. All right. That's it for registrars. Next would be building.
Sir, did we do IT and town clerk already? 'Cause you- I don't know if
We went by, we had done it,
I
yeah.
thought IT, we kind of
We already did it.
did pretty thoroughly
Yeah.
the other
Make sure,
day.
just marking them off.
Yep,
Yep.
no, I understand, I'm
reductions later.
trying to,
Yeah, no, we're trying to
okay, so,
do this both ways here.
yeah, so,
Now we're on building.
Mhm.
Okay.
okay, let's see.
And we have a newly appointed building official, and we have an assistant.
My water bottle always came up.
how the building officials increased. Let me go to
Pardon me?
First, I'm gonna go for the building officials. I'm looking for the
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 14.58.
substantial for the increase.
The
So
big fish?
it's for salary for building officials. Is that contractual, or is
Mm,
that
no.
just you?
I think we reduced it down to 191, 295
That is
the other
correct.
night.
Is that what it was? Oh, wait,
We reduced it by 15,600.
Yeah,
we did.
Oh, I didn't have that
so,
in my note here, okay.
I just wanted to double check.
yeah,
So the 206,895 is now what?
191, 295.
Yes.
All right, so we already dealt with
Yeah.
that. Okay, good.
Yep, thank
All
you.
right.
Uh,
Admin clerical, were there any changes there?
Clerical, this
I think
is
that was contractual, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, no, there was no
1.28.
changes there.
20.
It's actually a savings with the new, the turnover in that staff.
Yeah,
I remember you saying that, yeah.
Dues in professional organizations up 239.
So there is
Percent?
Yep, so we have a new building official,
Mhm.
and he requested we add in there the ICC, which is, I think, the International Code of Compliance, or I don't know what it exactly is.
there's another
There's a
professional,
more robust membership you can be a part of,
Mhm.
and if you have specific questions, you can get directed to a subject matter expert to assist you.
Okay,
So there was a slight increase there to help him, with the new building going up in downtown,
yeah,
multi-use commercial, whatever it is.
and I think we
okay.
touched a little bit on this budget last time.
Yeah, let's see.
So building department is one of my favorite.
Yeah,
Training.
he's
It's
doing
about
it.
$350
Yep.
of expenses, and they bring in about $1 million.
Mm.
And the new building official's doing a great job, and
Well, that's
contractors
more of
like
an
it.
investment,
Pardon me?
I feel like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, it truly is.
exactly.
Sure.
No, I agree.
I agree.
I mean,
All right, so if we're okay with that,
Yeah.
we can move over to planning department. And, I don't see any
Planning
changes
director,
there.
PT
So the
recording
requested was 110, and
secretary.
then your proposed was 89.
Pardon me?
I don't know, I'm reading off of the sheet. It was
Oh, okay.
110 that was requested, and then you proposed 89, 894.
There was a proposal for an additional position.
But we
And that
reduced,
would have moved the planning director solely into the planning job and freed up, I think, the conservation and natural resources had other part of his job. And so the idea was just keeping it 275, same as the, GWI with everyone else.
Okay.
yeah.
Does that make sense, to everybody?
Mhm.
Okay, let's see.
And just the recording secretary went up just because the expectations actually rose, right, or something? Or no?
I can't
Just-
speak to that because I'm looking at the actual, it's about less than $1,000, so that was a little oversight on my part. Let me just look
So
at what
request to
current
take the
is to see if we have an option to cut that back a
In
little bit.
addition, I would,
105.
it says here, just in the writing, the hourly rate for this position has not increased in over 10 years. As such, the increase will help retain employees currently performing this task. I-
So, just looking year over year, last year we spent $720. This current year already, we're at $645. So if you double, $650, we're at $1,300. He's budgeting for $2,000. I think that could be cut back to the $1,500.
And still be covered?
And it's
Still have it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think, yeah,
All right.
Good.
I would agree. Okay.
Let's hear a
All right,
motion.
I'll make a motion. So on line 51610, PT recording secretary, I'll move to reduce the $2,000 by $500, which brings us down to $1,500.
One second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? If none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Being none, motion carries.
All right. Let's see. Miscellaneous supplies. part-time. Okay.
There was a slight increase in that, the miscellaneous lines there, about $300.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just saw that.
The
negligible.
big piece of that is if there's extra money, what they'll do is they'll buy JS credits with it. So just so everyone knows that our current JS system, I think we went over this last meeting,
Token system.
is credit-based and token-based. So if there's an extra project they need, the IT doesn't have it, they'll spend, a few $100 out of accounts like that, miscellaneous supply. And you can see last year, his actual is $1,200.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on zoning commission, right?
Yep, look, the zoning commission. and
So
we-
now, on your sheet here, is that aligning with this, with the reduction, or is this
Yes,
something?
so I did not talk to the department head about that.
Okay.
This is just a matter of, maintaining services versus adding more services, so that's
Mhm.
on and it's just the bean counter cuts. Right?
Okay,
So I don't see this on the list. Is there a,
Halfway down to 21.5,
excuse me.
105, 4155.
Let me make a motion and then we can
wait,
discuss it.
are we on zoning commission?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so,
What am I looking at?
This one. Go across to 1,000% up.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
are you
Yeah.
okay if I make a
Yeah,
motion?
yeah,
and
yeah,
we can
yeah, yeah, I'm
review
just,
it?
yep,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, on line 51610, PT clerical recording secretary. I'll move to reduce the $25,000 by, what is it, $21,500, which brings us down to, Kevin? 3,500?
3,500, yep,
3,500, if I'm right? Okay.
I'll second.
You have a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, what happened here?
Yeah.
They requested a whole lot of money, and you cut it back, but it's still over 1,000% increase.
14% budget increase.
What was that?
So, when it initially was presented as a $38,000 part-time admin, looking at when the first select put his budget together, we're looking at a 14% townside budget, and we reduced that, approximately by a third to bring it down to 25,000. Now it's just a matter of getting to our number, maintaining the level of service we have, and if we're, if the question is adding service or maintaining service, we have to maintain our service before we add service.
So,
that's
yeah.
what that cut was.
So with the new law that's going into effect, there's a whole lot more of responsibility that zonings have to go through, and that is coming down the pike, but at the moment, we're trying to maintain rather than add. So that's where this savings was suggested from, correct?
Yes.
So can I just clarify? If more is needed, we would be able to go back and relook at it and add if we needed something, or if something was sparking, like, all right, hold on, we're kind of in this and we're starting to see a trend where we really need additional help. So, I mean, it's something that we could go back to, or no?
Yeah, appropriate out of the general fund,
Okay.
out of, contingency or, something to that effect, yeah, that's been absolutely.
Okay.
So this zoning it does not include planning. It's just zoning.
This is just zoning.
Just zoning.
Yep,
Okay.
so it
Because
reduces
those are
clerical.
two busy departments, and zoning has to be my ex officio, and it is not unusual to have 3.5-hour meetings, 3-hour meetings. So if we're going to cut, I want to make sure that we do have a substantial backup.
With that cut, there's still 3,500 for the clerical position. That's still more than what was spent last year. And
It's
that-
still an increase,
Correct, yeah.
yeah.
So with that,
So it's a
with the
reasonable-
increase and everything, 3,500 should be more than adequate to cover the recordings, the secretary.
I think it's a reasonable adjustment, one we can,
I do
Work.
too. I feel like it's reasonable, but I like that backup just in case. Like,
Yeah.
if we're starting to see trend, you know what I
Right.
mean? Then we can go back and relook at it and revisit.
Yep.
So I would say, yeah, let's try it.
you're okay with it? You still,
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Do we have a second? All right. We have the motion, right? And we have a
Correct,
second?
yep,
All right.
yep.
All right, so all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Motion carries. All right, this,
So,
okay. Now we're up
professional
to-
conventions and conferences, looks like that was, they requested 1950 and it was cut to
We reduced it a
1,000.
little bit, yeah.
Anybody know what that, let's see what that is.
And miscellaneous supplies are negligible.
What is it? Professional membership conference.
You know, I'm thinking
Meetings.
professional conventions and conferences, that's education, right?
Mm.
On something that we definitely,
Conference.
would want.
Memberships, 100.
Yeah,
Okay.
it still shows a net increase from the 2026.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just
so-
wanted to look at it.
Yep.
I don't see anything else.
We good with
No.
that?
Yep.
Brookside Farm, I don't think we, great interest in,
I know.
Reducing that?
Mine too.
pardon me?
So I just keep hitting this by
Oh, all right,
mistake
yeah.
with the
Agreed, 'cause-
papers.
Yep, Town Perch does a great job over there.
Is
We're
there a
trying-
reason why phones wasn't absorbed into IT?
I believe it says phones, but I believe that's Wi-Fi. It's not quite like the telephones that like are centralized. They have their own, they're separate.
Yeah, okay.
That's their connectivity and the Wi-Fi, yeah,
Which also doubles as a security system, apparently.
I think so. All right, we good with that?
Yeah, I am.
Candace and Ann, we good with Brookside?
I am.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think I'm okay.
Okay, great. Judge of probate, I think we touched on that before, I was there. All right, so now,
I believe we stopped prior to going to inland wetlands.
we jumped over inland wetlands and then went to the police and dispatch. So this is one section that,
That we should take our
And
time
then- yep.
yep, we should look through it, yep. But once we do that, we will have covered everything up to this point. We have gone through all the sections.
Oh, okay, I see.
And we haven't, yep.
Well, you said inland, and then there was one other before we went to public safety? Or was it just?
No,
inland?
it's just, no, it goes it's inland wetlands, then
And then-
we did
okay.
police.
Okay.
Yep. So I think we're doing pretty good here. All right.
Can
So-
can I, I'm sorry, can I just go back to judge of probate? I'm just trying to, just quickly. It says services probate, so it looks like we're a member of the Regional 32 Probate District Court
Yes.
with towns of Montville, Salem, and Old Lyme. So does each town, each put in the same amount?
No.
Or is it by the size of your town?
So, hold on one second. I will bring up our
It's a formula.
That's a good question.
breakdown. Let's see it there, stand by. So it's by census from the 2020 census. So makes it easy when you only have to do everything, updates every decade.
So by population, in other words, you're
Yeah,
saying?
so the total operational expenses was just shy of $81,000 based on the population of East Lyme, Montville, Salem, and Old Lyme. That's how the breakdown is. So East Lyme's about 38.5%, Montville's just shy of 38%, Old Lyme 15.5%, Salem about 8.5%, 9%.
So it's like a pro rata distribution. It's,
Correct, yeah.
yeah.
And the increase here is Public Works, building maintenance. We're doing a better job of itemizing pest control, alarm testing, sprinkler testing, breaking out the supervisor who oversees the janitor staff. So it's just a better accounting. So it looks like it's went up 16%, but it's really just better allocating the expenses.
It's capturing the expenses.
Is Joe nodding his head back there, yes?
Joe's there.
No, he's doing his work. I don't
Yeah.
know.
He's
He's just, he's,
We don't
I
want
was
to,
hoping to get a nod of approval.
and then we allocate that expense between the,
We
I mean,
bill
it-
every-
yeah.
We bill these guys annually.
yep,
okay, got it. Thank you. I
Good
just wanted to
question,
get
though.
it clarified.
yep, and it's on that next page too. It is, does have the breakdown on the last page. Yep, okay. All right, inland wetlands. Okay.
Is there a similar relationship between the part-time clerical recording secretary in inland wetlands as there is in zoning?
I think,
I wouldn't say so.
I'm the ex officio for inland wetlands, and the past few months, the meetings have not been that long overall. Now, that's not saying that there won't be, a public hearing, that kind of thing, where, everybody in town shows up for it. But,
We're $500 for this year, so we're trending under where we were prior year.
yeah,
But I mean, 2 years ago we were at 2,500.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, you just don't
you just never know when it's
So-
gonna
We have
turn.
a couple public hearings, a couple hours of meeting minutes
So it probably wouldn't hurt just to leave that alone, leave it in there just in case.
I mean, it's a matter of $500. If we take a little here and a little there, we could do some good work, but
I
I think-
think 500 is reasonable.
Yeah.
All right, you want to reduce it by 500?
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Reduce line 51610, PT clerical recording secretary, from $2,000 down to $1,500, a reduction of $500.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
All right, we have one opposed and any abstentions. So the vote is 3-1 in favor.
Dues membership.
Dan, there's 5 of you.
What? Oh, 4-1, excuse me. Thank you. Huh? Well, I wasn't counting myself, that's the problem. Yeah, I didn't.
Gotcha, I was just helping you out over there.
Yeah, you are, you helped me out a lot.
All right.
Okay. 5, so it's 4-1. All right, 5 voted, it's 4-1. Okay.
Okay, looks the rest of that's pretty flat.
Yep.
So it looks like, I'm just looking under dues and membership again. It looks like they're saying that the Connecticut Association of Wetland Scientists, an annual municipal contribution to the Eastern Connecticut Conservation District, they asked for a contribution of $1,500. So that's where the $1,500 is coming through, it looks
Yeah.
like. Okay. I'm
So we
good.
good?
Yep, I just wanted to make it clear.
We did the police last time.
I think there's a few more for the police on our sheet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a
So,
overtime.
Let me,
maintenance.
I'll make some motions and then we can review them.
Where are we right now, sorry?
I'm sorry,
Police
Public
safety.
Safety Police Department?
Okay, all right, just,
Are
okay.
are
No,
you,
good.
you following? Okay.
Well, there's a couple. Yep.
So, hold on, I need to just find out where I am here. 516. 45. Okay. Hold on, the numbers, okay. I'll move to reduce line 51645, police overtime, from 505,050
Yeah.
by $5,050, which would bring us down to
500,000.
Straight 500.
500,000.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second. Any further, any discussion?
What was the
Well,
rationale
what
for
is
that
it?
amount?
Do you see it?
Yeah, I see the
It's
police
1%.
overtime, but I don't see
Just a
what?
1% cut.
Just a 1% cut to bring it to 500 even. So just 1% of that particular line, right? So,
Which actually encompasses a whole other lot of lines.
Yeah. Training and foot patrol. Yeah, there's 4 different elements to that line. But I think that's reasonable. 5,000.
so when I was just going through all the departments, every department has a little blood on
Yep.
one paper. Right? I cut my department back. I just shave little here where we can because we're just trying to shave down the percentage to. Our goal's 11%. So I'm just trying to.
I got it.
Shave a little
Okay, but what
here,
I
shave a
don't-
little there.
I hear you, I just don't understand it. So, the police chief came forward, he was asking for 4 officers, right? That was reduced to 2. He was asking for 3 flop cameras, that was reduced to 1. They are working short, to my knowledge, and if not, say something. And now the overtime is gonna get, how's they gonna cover their shifts? I'm just curious. And did you talk to him? Did you actually talk to Chief Glenn about it?
Did not talk to him about that.
Part of it is that we have, the elements of that line are foot patrol, parade duty, regular overtime.
Right, so
boat
my
duty.
alarm bells are like going up because you're saying those are like super high traffic, like, okay, so celebrating Lyme, our population is around 20,000
Right.
people, right? It doubles, like we're at 40,000.
One of the elements is the boat duty.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's 16,000. So we're only reducing it 5,050. So the boat duty, maybe that could be limited somewhat. So between all those 4 elements, I don't think 5,050 would really significantly impact any of those estimates.
So the 505,050 is just all of the other overtime lines multiplied by 5%. So we were increasing overtime by 5%.
And now we're decreasing by 1%.
Correct.
Okay, so it would still be an increase of about 4%.
Correct.
Yeah.
The idea being more police officers on the shift should be able to, there should be some efficiencies we're creating somewhere along the line.
Because you're getting one more
But
police
instead,
officer.
You're adding more cops and you're adding more overtime.
Right.
So there's no savings anywhere. You know what I'm saying? So more cops, you're just adding more overtime. So
But we're not adding what was asked for, which
there's
means
still
that,
an increase from the prior year,
Mhm.
right? So
but we were down the prior year too. So,
I don't think we were ever down. We're adding, right? So it's like, you know, we had 3 flock cameras, we're adding a camera. We have 29 cops, you're adding 2 more cops. So it's just a reduction in the increase, right? So it's not, they're not getting reduced. This account was going up $160,000 on top of a contingency amount. So
So it's going up
it's going up. You know,
5,000 less than the ones, yeah. So it's still going up, it's just, you're shaving off a little bit.
I feel like collapsing those 4 lines into that one, I mean, I'm sure there was a rationale for it, but it feels like there's a lot happening when a reduction is made to that one line. You know, these are all priorities, and I trust the chief's judgment in how he would allocate overtime pay for them.
I think by consolidating them gives him more flexibility.
Oh, okay, instead of
On
limiting him.
choosing what,
Right.
you know, how to, if he's tight in his overtime line, maybe he doesn't do as much control. Just my interpretation of what his presentation was, that's how kind of I interpreted by consolidating, he's able to better manage that resource.
So he has more flexibility because it's a pool between all 4 lines. So maybe one is down, the other's up, but he has the ability to management between.
Well, then I think in that case, he'd be better positioned to absorb this if the board were to vote for it.
I agree.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to reduce it by $5,050. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that motion.
Aye.
I'm opposed.
Oh, wait a minute, who's opposed?
Roseanne?
Roseanne?
Candace.
And Candace, all right. So it's
How many
3-2.
ayes were there?
3.
Okay.
All right, so it's 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Motion carries. Okay, the next line is 54,300.
All right,
Where is
let me
it?
see.
On the next page?
Let's see. 53.
Oh, here we go.
54,300, I can't find it.
Okay, so I'll just make a motion and then we can discuss it. So I'll move on line item 54300 to reduce police repairs and maintenance from $25,200 by $1,200, which brings it down to $24,000.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a second. So that's reduced, okay. All right, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion?
The rationale behind this is just trying to make cuts where we can based on prior year's values. Is that right, Kevin?
It kind of appears that's like a, you know, if there's an unexpected repair, you know, last year was 22,600 out of that account. This year it's 24,000. We're about halfway expended this year, so 24,000 is flat year over year. I mean, if there's ever anything catastrophic, they're coming before
They're
the
gonna
board
come.
of select board
Yeah.
finance anyway. Right, something,
Yeah.
you know, major happens, but I think 24,000.
Their fleet
It's
is
safe.
also getting older.
It's not,
It's safe.
not unreasonable.
Each year, an older fleet requires more maintenance.
So they do not, Joe, we're going.
Yeah, I was just gonna
say,
yeah, we're
Yeah,
Because-
that they do it.
Well, the police department vehicles are maintained by the Public Works Department.
Right.
Mm.
In the Public Works account, that's about $300,000 line item.
Right.
That whole 300,000 is not police, obviously, it's a
Right.
portion of that, but they do not maintain the vehicles at this line.
But this is the computers,
This is just
radios.
Computers, radios.
Yeah.
You know, if a body cam drops off someone's chest or something breaks,
Oh,
I think
got
things
it.
like that.
So it's,
Oh, okay.
That's pretty significant.
I was just assuming it was that. I don't,
it says
I'm sure
computers,
there's
radio.
insurance for things like that. You know,
Well,
$1,000
let's do a
body
little-
cam.
I'm okay with the reduction.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's give Jason a second here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to crunch the numbers, but actually I could probably just ask Kevin. It says this 25,200 is an increase of 5%? Oh, sorry. The 25,200 that's being asked reflects a 5% increase.
Correct.
If we reduce it by this down to
24,000.
24,000, what does that reflect in terms of percent increase?
Zero. It's
Zero, so
year-over-year,
it's just
same
flat.
year over year.
Okay, so what was happening last year, this year? All right, so we're,
We're keeping it flat.
okay.
Yeah. We good?
I understand now, yeah.
Okay. All right, then I'll call the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right. So- Candace, were you an aye?
I'm an aye.
Okay, so.
I'm an aye.
You're an aye and I'm an aye. So again, it's a 3-2 vote in favor.
No, I'm opposed.
Rick, you're opposed,
I'm opposed.
but 3 of us are in favor.
Oh, okay, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, and you 2 are opposed.
Got it,
So it's a 3-2
yeah.
in favor.
okay.
Okay. So that does carry. All right. Are we good with the police? Or are we, any other,
That's all I have.
yeah, that's the second pass through it, so, all right. Dispatch,
Catch-all. Can we just go back under operating expenses on the police?
yes.
Other purchased services, I have here written, it's a catch-all. I can't read my handwriting.
That's when the oil tank, like truly a catch-all in.
Okay.
$9,000 was a one-time expense.
Okay,
They had a vehicle in the impound lot back
Mm-hmm.
there, and it blew an oil, like it was
It's leaking
Just the
oil.
cleanup.
seized oil tanker, essentially,
Mhm.
with grease oil in the back. It just ruptured, and thousands of gallons of oil were just dumping in the parking lot. So
Lord.
that was like a mitigation effort. So
Yeah.
that literally, when he says a catch-all, things like that, you know,
Okay.
something happened, you know,
That's a rare,
rarity.
you know, that was a very oddball situation.
okay. So then the other years, it was 3,000, now they're
3,000.
asking for 4,000.
Yeah,
People are all right with that?
yeah, I think that makes sense.
All right,
Okay?
all right.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure people are,
I'm going to dispatch. Okay. And I think we did this before, but it was 0.59 total increase, so
where are we going? Sorry.
to dispatch, the
Right.
very next, yeah.
Slower.
I don't think we have
Trying to get there.
anything. Yeah,
They're like 0.59.
You guys are looking, I'm just gonna take a cough drop.
yeah, yeah.
I'm good with that.
I think we're good. Anyone else have any comments on dispatch or concerns?
I don't see anything that's.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
see
we're good.
anything.
Yeah, okay. So now we go to fire, and we did find a couple other items. We spent a lot of time the other night on this, but Kevin, if you, fire uniforms, 56,101, right?
So currently, the firefighters have a $750 uniform allowance, plus a $150 boot allowance. So you're looking at $900 a firefighter for the contractual obligations. Other piece to take into account, you're gonna add 3 more, potentially add 3 more firefighters. There's other things besides that uniform that you need to pay for, right? Class A uniforms, there's other, jackets and shirts and things like that. So, so from the 36,000, so they would need, if they have the full 15 firemen, just for the contractual obligation piece, you need the 15 grand. Then you gotta add the chief, the deputy fire marshal, the admin, so, but you're about 18 grand. So this proposed cut would cut 12,000 from the 36,000, bringing them to 24,000, which is still a $6,000 increase over the prior year.
Yeah.
But you are adding 3 more firemen, that's $3 more thousand, that's $2 more thousand per
Per
fireman
fireman.
to buy extra gear and things like that.
Uniforms.
Okay,
So
I'll
even-
make a motion and then we can discuss it,
Yeah.
if that works.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, line 56101, uniforms, I'll move to reduce the $36,000 by $12,000, which would bring us down to $24,000.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right, so let's have some discussion. It sounds like that even with the 24,000 and increasing 3 firefighters, we would still have enough for them to get the regular uniforms in the first class, what do they call it, Class A?
I think so,
Class A uniform.
or at least start putting them together.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, shirt, pants, maybe, something like that.
And these are like certified, this uniform is top of the line. I mean, I don't want to send anyone into a fire with a, plug
I
and
think
play.
it's turnout gear.
This isn't
That's not
turnout gear.
this.
Oh,
This is if you're, let's say you're at a funeral or something and it's the,
Oh, got it.
oh,
yeah.
it's,
The dress.
it'd be like a tuxedo for you or me. It's that,
Dress.
it's their formal attire for an official. Yeah,
Ceremony attire, service attire, or something like
yeah.
Dress
That's, and this would allow them all to have those uniforms, so. All right, any further discussion? Being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? That motion carries.
Okay, I know we discussed this the other day, but I'm going to bring it up again. Telephones and software, 55300. It looks like I wrote here, software fees for scheduling software, reporting software. It just seems like there's a huge increase. Is that, can you explain that, if you know?
Pull up on my phone. So it's not just, it's not like it's that large of an increase. That was budgeted out of last year's capital money. So there's 2 softwares.
So it's coming out of capital and coming
Well,
into,
it's coming out of capital.
coming
Like
into
This year
ex-
it's coming out of capital. We're
Yeah.
dwindling the capital down. There's no more to pay from capital. But there's 2, there's a scheduling software, where they're able to do their shifts, their shift bidding, things like that.
Yeah.
Then there's a second piece of it where they actually, when they're on a call for their reporting and things like that, there's 2 separate pieces of software I thought were just one. But that's what that's for.
So if you're saying it's being carried in capital, why
It's
would
not
we
being carried
increase
in
the
capital.
operating?
It's not.
it's
It's
not
not.
anymore.
Oh, okay.
It's being
all right.
brought over
It's
to,
brought over to the operating from
Operating.
capital, is what you're
Correct.
saying?
Yep, capital's
Okay,
done paying for it.
Understood.
There's
Yeah.
additional implementation for a lot of capital projects, like when we do our accounting software, the town budgeted $700,000 for software implementation.
Mhm.
It's implementation, you're getting it up and running. There's additional costs, implementation, things like that.
Mhm.
Then once you're up and running and the system's running, you can move it to the operating budget.
so it's yearly expenses for
Yeah.
software
Okay.
licensing and all the
Correct.
things that go with it.
So then going forward, this will probably stay,
Yep, so
Somewhere-
just add
somewhere
lab
within
tech
that.
for software, scheduling, ESO for call reporting.
okay, got it. Thank you.
No problem.
But that's the reason for the increase.
Okay,
Yep.
that makes sense. I
sense.
just wanted to clarify it.
Okay.
And miscellaneous supplies went up 50%.
Fire training,
Covers
we-
the cost of station supplies and replacements, repair mission-specific equipment such as clerical supplies. I don't know, I would make a motion to like cut it by at least, maybe 2,500 or something.
which line is
talking
that?
The miscellaneous supplies, 56100.
I would defer to,
Let's see, 5
so 56100,
Is miscellaneous
and
supplies.
and you're making a motion to do what?
I haven't made a motion, I just
Oh.
wanted, I guess I can. All right,
What?
what'd you say? 5,000. All right, I'll make a motion on miscellaneous supplies, 56100, to cut it from 15,000 to, by 5,000 to $10,000.
I'll second.
Okay. So you're moving, okay, and we have a
That's
second?
basically,
Yeah, that's already on our recommended cut list, or suggested cut
Yeah.
list.
No, that
No,
wasn't.
no, it wasn't.
No,
No, it
there's
wasn't.
something, no, there's a
No.
different one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 15,000 for office supplies.
Okay.
All right, so
we
it's a
get motion,
$5,000
we've got a
reduction.
second.
We have a second, all right. Any further discussion on this one? Not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. That was 56.
Okay, so before we move on, I feel like I'm not gonna do my due diligence unless I throw it out, because it's gonna keep me up at night. We decreased from 6 firemen to 3.
Correct.
Okay, full-time. And my thoughts were the part-timers and to move around schedules, rotation is key from what I'm gathering from information, and utilization of part-timers. This is what is routinely done in other fire services in other towns, okay? And it would be a considerable savings, at least I'm thinking it would be, and you're starting small. You're starting with the part-time, and then it could lead to full-time. So I want to throw it out there because I feel like it's an option to start versus the 3 full-time, and see how anybody else feels about it, I guess. You know, some of the commentary that had come back was, you know, so right now we have 1 part-timer. I want to give him some friends. I want to give him some more part-time friends to help offset the overtime, because that's what's usually done in fire service, okay? Versus biting off this bigger chunk of full-time firefighters, okay? It would help, I think. And yes, it would probably be tasking as far as scheduling and that type of thing, but I do think that it would be worth it. The other thing that had gotten thrown out was contractual and, you know, what if somebody doesn't show up? Okay, well, I think that in any position that certainly could happen, right? Somebody's not going to show up. What is the incentive to work? It's to get paid. And it's to pay your bills. And the last time I checked, it's getting more expensive just to live every single day. And most people are very happy to have a job. I'm very happy to have my job, okay? And I think others are as well. So, you know, prior to hiring, I would say that the fix for that, or the solution, right? Trying to find a solution here, is you write it in the contract, what the expectations of your part-timers are. What days you're expected to work. And if you do not come into work, then yes, you very well could be fired. But in that case, then you would have to pay back the town of East Lyme and the fire service, right, for the investment that we've put in that specific position, right, because there is a cost.
Right.
That each fireman, you know, is, you know, set with, I believe it's 2 different sets of gear, right? Am I saying the right stuff? You know, all of these different things. So it's a step in the right direction. It is going to be helpful. It's going to be supportive of, you know, I guess the goal, right? And could lead to more, but right now is going to be less money, I guess, for us or for the town. So I wanted to put it out there because I do think that it's doable, and I do think that is another option versus the 6 or the 3.
So, can I
Yeah,
jump
no.
in? So, I agree with you, and I think it would be great. However, I don't think realistically, having spoken to the firemen and listening to what they've said, they have 1 part-timer. I mean, I would love to do what you said. I mean, if we could do it, I think it would be great. I would be behind it 100%. The problem is trying to get, you know, part-timers, volunteers at this time. And that's the issue. The other thing that needs to be taken into account is that it's my understanding that the town is right now under contractual negotiations with the fire department. So I don't know what's going on in these negotiations, and I don't think it can be discussed at this point.
No.
And so that's kind of where we're kind of stuck in a catch-22 here.
I agree.
So I do agree with you, and if there was a way to do it, I would be with you 100%.
Yeah.
But given those 2 conditions, I unfortunately do not foresee that happening.
Right, understandably, and I thank you for that dialogue 100%. I guess what I'm caught up on is almost being force-fed having to do something is really nicking at me. And, you know, we moved towards a certain model,
Right.
and now we have to do X, Y, and Z, but the truth is no, you don't. You have a choice, okay? There is a choice here. I'm not talking about negotiations. I'm not having any conversation about that. All I'm saying is, why not hire part-timers when this is a routine thing that is done? This, I mean, if you, simple Google search, just simple Google search, it comes right up, that this is what is utilized to help with a very costly type of model. We're not the only people that are struggling with this. There are other towns that are doing it. And the truth is I want to do it effectively. I want to do it efficiently. I want to have a department that we're incredibly proud of, and that, you know, we're showing East Lyme is to be the very best that we can be in all departments, okay? And moving towards a certain goal, just not straight out of the gate. So I'm considering last year's, you know, uptick with the mill rate. Now this one, I mean, I would prefer not to be setting precedents like this, that every single year, this is what we're going to see, and this is what East Lyme taxpayers are gonna be, you know, having to do. And I'm also, and I spoke about it a little bit on the Wednesday night, was I know what I have in front of me, but I'm also being very cautious and to be proactive of what could be coming down the road, okay? Where right now we have a choice, right? And it's good to have choices and options. You are very limited when you don't, right? I don't like to be backed into a corner and having to do something. But if you have to, you have to. If it's a contract, you have to abide by the contract. I'm just trying to be very cautious about what very well could be coming down the road, where we're not gonna have an option, or we might not have an option. So I do believe that part-time can be done here, and we already have one part-timer. We have one.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I know you're in contract negotiations.
Yeah.
Is there how do I put this? Estimated deadline, like, or is there any kind of deadline as to when they would be finalized? Would they be finalized prior to, like, the Board of Finance completing their
No, it's
review
months.
of the budget? It's gonna be
No.
months. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was gonna say.
Well, we
Okay.
tried to start early and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay. I
Understanding,
was just
yeah.
trying to get a feel
We've got
for it.
3 contracts going at the same time. It's just the way it ended up.
Okay.
Um,
Understood. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
so.
Dan, you've spent more time than any of us dealing with this.
Mhm.
And that part of the contract that, or as it was explained to us, that the part-timers, there are certain things that part-timers can't do. And we have a certain obligation towards the contracted agreement. So could you help us a little bit with that?
Well, it isn't that, you know, a part-timer, as long as they have all the proper certifications, can, you know, do work up to their certified, if they're inside certified. I can't speak too much to the structure, I don't want to go beyond
I thought it
what I
was the
should.
volunteer. Isn't it the volunteer versus the,
Well, that's another whole aspect of it.
Okay.
If the question's about part-timers, they have to have the certifications,
Mm-hmm.
and typically they are, but that's where the cost comes in.
there's a cost, right, there's
To
a
get-
cost associated no matter whether or not
Right.
it's a full-time or a part-time.
But a
Accurate.
part-timer should be able, you know, if they're certified, if they can drive all the different trucks, and,
Yep.
you know, they have to be checked out on all the various equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, So if I recall accurately, and if I'm not, please, somebody, chime in here.
No.
But my recollection was Chief Bundy was talking about part-timers and that he had, quite a few people putting in for the part-time positions. I did pull up a part-time position that is listed currently as of 7 days ago, active.
In East Lyme?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And he did note that yes, it's going to take time to get people,
Right.
But you're going to take time to train anybody. So I'm trying to, I guess, consume why we would have to invest, okay, in a full-time, along with the health benefits, along with all of the other things, when we can also do that with part-time, and then part-timers would possibly look forward to possibly being bumped up to full-time if that's something that, we still need after possibly being hired for specific days to cover. You know what I'm saying? Like and I would love actually a copy of that contract. Not that I'm speaking of a contract, but I'd like to actually see it.
Oh, sure.
One of the comments that Roseanne had said was, that you really are the primary person, handling a contract, where I come from a land where I was participating with it in negotiations. So I had a very good idea of the verbiage and kind of
Right.
what was going on. Here we have to really rely on you, essentially, being that rep, and then talking to us about it. So I just want to have a really good handle on it. I mean, I understand that they need help. I want to help them. But I also don't want to have to be forced into doing something where we could be offsetting and helping just as much with part-timers. And if I go on a Google search, or if I've asked people, here in town and then out of town, how do you manage it? What is the, and it keeps coming back to rotation and, part-timers being put in on schedules to
Right.
offset those high volume days and, those hours and that kind of thing. So this is a tough one, but I feel like it's just inching at me, like,
Sure.
whoa, and then when it's quick, like you have to do something, people are more reactive. So, okay, you're telling me that you need 6. Oh my God. Like, the financial impact on that is absolutely enormous, and then we get it down to 3, and then really just, I'm using common sense here, right? And just kind of putting the puzzle pieces together. What else can we do here?
Sure.
And then tick-tock, we have to make this decision. So it would be unfair, I think, for community members to not be having a public conversation about it,
Right.
acknowledging that there are other options, And just one last thing. So
Sure.
when we had and I keep going back to sustainability, okay, because that's a very real thing.
What feasibi-
Sustainability.
Oh, sustainability. I think you said
Right?
feasible.
Whether or
Yes.
not it's sustainable or unsustainable, right? It's not sustainable. I'm really trying to grasp onto how maybe somebody else could view that as sustainable. I just don't see it that way at all. And then having to do it. And I'm not going to be forced into doing something. So,
Okay. Did you want to increase the part-time line? So we could maybe try to hire another part-timer? Is that an idea? I don't want
instead
to.
of the 3 full-time?
No, just in addition, so we could try to have the flexibility to try, see if we could hire someone and
No,
see
my
if it would
thought
work.
was 3 part-timers instead of the 3 full-timers. The option to go full-time down the line, but starting small.
I understand your thought. I mean, it's so complex how this whole thing
It
works
is, it
together.
is, and I
that,
want to do the right thing,
yeah.
and, going back to needs and wants, we all do that, whether or not it's your own budget, whether or not it's your town budget,
Sure.
needs and wants, and,
Well-
I had asked, how come you didn't make reductions to this line versus that line? And,
Yeah.
you flat out said, I wanted them. You said, I want them. And to me, I feel like if you needed them, you're going to say, I need them. Do we need them? Or is it a want to get to, maybe what you basically want? But is it really needed? And can we get here by smaller steps and easing in versus the other?
I don't think easing in with part-timers will work, but we had a very robust discussion, using spreadsheets and to just try to sit here again in my head to do it. There was a reason why I originally wanted the 6, and there were incremental reductions in the overtime budget, and you got a great deal more of service for it. Easy way to look at it, it's like buying a 10-pack of Keurig coffee pods versus 25-pack. You pay less per pod if you buy more quantity.
Yeah, I get the value part of it.
Yeah, and so,
Kevin, I know that Ann had asked for a cost
I
analysis.
wasn't finished, though.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. Go ahead. I'll come back to that, though.
yeah, no, so the idea was by having the 6 additional firefighters, you're reducing somewhat your overtime, but you're getting the great benefit of having 6 firefighters on shift every shift. So the cost benefit, in my mind, was worth it. And not everybody shared that point of view, and it's an expensive point of view. But it gets us to the ultimate goal that was outlined in the fire study of years ago that said 18 was the ideal number for East Lyme. And we've been trying to work towards some of the goals in that fire study. You're right, can't get there all at once. And maybe 3 is the right compromise, at least that's what we thought the other night. To try to hire an additional part-timer to see if we can find someone, the right person, maybe it would be worthwhile to consider increasing the part-time budget to accommodate a part-time shift. But, that's taken away from the direction we're trying to go tonight. But I
Okay.
don't disagree with you that if we could have a number of part-timers, there's maybe a way to factor that in.
Okay.
But as I sit here tonight, I don't have the answers.
I got it. Kevin, do you have any thoughts on the comparison on money and the breakdown of costs? I know that Ann did ask for those numbers for full-time. I can't remember what.
Do you
meeting
mean
had
like
asked.
the difference of 0 to 3 to 6?
No,
No,
I
you
think
mean-
that you had asked, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've had a few
Yeah.
meetings
Yeah.
now, but I thought it was how much one position, firefighter, and all the uniform and the benefits and all of those things
Right.
cost, right?
They did ask. Hang on,
Yeah.
let me-
Versus
I
maybe a
think I
part-timer, and what maybe your
down.
thoughts are on it. I mean, you're definitely the money and the numbers guy for sure, and you work pretty closely, to the fire chief.
So let me I think
I-
this is a pretty good, okay, I'm just.
I have, I don't know if I'm right, Kevin, I had 81.5 thousand salary, 40,000 health, 8,000 retirement, and 6,000 FICA.
Perfect, yep. So, let me just work through the models, the best I have been able to explain them, based on 3 years of going through this is taking 3 years to wrap my head around, and every day I feel like I just might get the hang of it, it takes me for a loop. Okay, so, can everyone see either this screen or the screen behind me?
I'm gonna turn around.
Okay, so current modeling, let's start with current modeling. So right now, When we look at the fire service, you have 4 firemen on a shift, you have 12 total firemen. In yellow is right now what we're filling on overtime.
Yep.
Okay? So right now when you look at this, straight time is about 1.14 million. Overtime is about $1 million. You're looking at 2.1 million. How does that compare to actual, what we're spending today? Within $50,000. That's rate what we're looking at today. We're about $1 million in overtime. We're running, about 1.1 in straight time. We budgeted 1.1 million straight time. We budgeted 500,000 for overtime. And we're taking almost the entire amount that's left in that part-time salaries line. We're offsetting the overage in the overtime line. This is part of the reason why we were in a spending freeze between the firefighter overtime line and the legal service. Those two are really contributing to this fire service.
This is,
to the,
this is this year, current, without the 3
Yes.
increase.
Correct, yep.
Yes.
So, okay, now, when you add 3, what does that do? So, you had 3 firefighters. This is just wages. We can also factor in a second, benefits.
Mhm.
But just 12 firefighters, 4 on a shift, you're about 2,150,000, right? You go to additional 3, you're still at that 2,144,000.
Right, and that's because it's the overtime is now built in, almost.
Yeah, that's
I mean, it's
Saturdays.
million, and so, and we're being,
Part of the
I know,
issue- oh, sorry.
I know that some people might feel like, oh my God, she just won't let this go. There's a reason why I'm not letting it go, okay? It's millions and millions and millions of dollars, okay? And if I'm not gonna ask the question, another board's gonna ask the question. So we might as well have this conversation, right? And how do we maintain high, quality, excellent service, that, our people deserve, for sure. But do it where it's not costing people millions and millions of dollars, because that's where the unsustainable part comes in, okay? And I think that has been shocking. I know it's been shocking for me, okay? I don't know if it was shocking for you, but it was 100% shocking for me, okay? And I had already reiterated that, there was an acknowledgement that we needed to restructure the fire service here, because it needed to happen, okay? And that was going to come with a cost. I think that if honesty was on the table and transparency was on the table about the millions of dollars that it was going to cost, number one, I would have said, all right, let's pause and really have some conversation versus being reactive about let's get this done versus let's get this done right, okay? I want to get things done right. So now, fast forward, we're millions of dollars. Okay, why are we millions of dollars? All right, Kelly Day. All right, so for me, I'm like, all right, so you hire and you cover that Kelly Day versus, pulling people in at the time and a half rate, right? Not the other time and a half, because that's double time. Double time. Okay, and I had said the other day. Okay, so double time. So again, okay, this is where it's kind of racking up, all right, and it is killing us. Then you also have, the things that, are unforeseeable. You're every day. People are going on vacation. We have some military, those types of things, right? Those are just kind of unforeseeable. I just don't think that the fix is the 6 full time. I just don't. I feel like if I look around and other people have Kelly days, other services, other departments, other towns have Kelly days. How do you manage those Kelly days? Part-timers. That's what keeps coming at me. So, and then I'm listening to other boards, and granted, I'm not sitting on the Board of Finance, but I'm listening to what they're talking about as far as contracts and pensions and possibly not paying into pensions and all of these different things. So I just want to be careful about bringing on more, right? When people are trying to get, no, we were trying to get away from some of that, and here we are, and I feel like it's reactive again, okay? Moving in the direction that we were at full speed. And I do think, I will talk it to death, yeah, because I want to get it right. That's why the school projects took 10, 15 years. It takes time. It's not something that you just, hey, I'm going to do this today, and then wake up, a year later and millions of dollars. So I'm trying to like plug up those siphons of money with something reasonable. That's all.
So we did vote on the 3 the other night, correct?
Reduced, so you only have 3 in the budget.
Yeah, we have 3 in the
Right,
budget.
we reduced
We
it
did
from the
that.
6 to the 3 full-time.
Yep, and then just so, you know, people at home watching, if anyone wants to review any town, on the town side, contractual obligations, or the collective bargaining agreements, if you go to the Town of East Lyme website, HR, collective bargaining agreements, and we have the 4 union contracts on the town side, but
Right.
you are right, Candace, the largest section, the real budget driver is Article, I think that's 7, to the 7 or 2, right? Roman numerals,
Colored in.
really throw for a loop, but this section right here, you know, when you look at no full-time firefighter will be scheduled on Saturdays, initially manned by part-time firefighters, this is driving that overtime line,
Right.
right? So-
I also look at the part-time that, okay, say we do the 3 part-timers. And then we're halfway in and we're like, all right, this is not what we thought it was going to be. And you look at that and you can, I don't know how you do that, but I'm sure there's a way that you can bump that part-time up to a full-time. Is that accurate?
Well, not if it's not in the budget.
So, yeah, it would be, so if you have a part-time firefighter, really what we do is, you know, you as a board, let's say this budget, as currently sits, moves to the next board, the Board of Finance, your budget is locked. So you guys approved 15 union firefighters. Essentially, we do a position control. You know, that's in our office, we lock it. You have 15 union firefighters, that's what the Board of Selectmen approved to push to the Board of Finance. Say the Board of Finance cuts that 2 more back, there's only 13. All we allow the fire department to hire is 13 career firefighters. So if you have a couple firefighters, and that's why the conversation was part-timers have to stand to that 30-hour threshold.
Yep.
30 hours consistently qualifies you for benefits under the town's, you know, handbook or whatever it is. So that's what we say, listen, you have a part-timer, 28 hours or under, that gives us a 2-hour buffer.
Okay.
But we could go before the Board of Selectmen and say, hey, you know, here's our budget proposal, we propose to move 30,000 part-time wages to hire a, you know, full-time benefited position, we could do that. It would come before the boards to do that.
Or you would wait till the following year.
Correct, yeah, put it in the next
Okay.
budget cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just it's another option and it's a
Yeah, no,
smaller
you get it.
step and I get it, but it's a feasible one. It's a viable one. It's
So,
I think that it's a good option.
Kim, you kind of saying something between the current model and that additional 3?
Mm-hmm.
You want to see something in between there? What would you like me to, like 1 firefighter, 1
3.
career, 2 part-timers, or what do you want, what are your thoughts?
Well, I feel like we have 1 part-timer already, and some of the commentary had, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying on memory here, but I could have sworn that the part-time fella was working like 80 or 90 hours, like he had a lot. No?
I think he
Couldn't
picks up
be.
2 shifts.
He picks
figure
up
around
2
that
shifts.
26 to 24 to 28 hours.
Okay.
Maybe 32, depending on the week.
Okay.
But I think I think he does 12-hour shifts.
Oh, is
He's
that?
got to stay under
okay.
that threshold, so he's,
2 12-hour shifts.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if I'm, from what I remember, because he makes about, yeah,
So
so
he-
it's two part-time shifts.
so he can work 24 without being full-time.
Correct.
So
So
2 12-hour
do you
shifts.
have to work below 28, or is it below 30 to not hit 30
30,
is
but
that
that's why I say
threshold?
You know,
So to give you wiggle
Right.
room. Okay,
Then you
understood.
trigger all the benefits and everything.
and that's not just like 1 week, you work 30 hours, now you're getting benefits. It's gotta be, you know, over a period of time.
You have to average it out, right?
You
Right.
know,
Yeah.
and we monitor that, you know, but we have 1 part-timer, so it's kind of easy to monitor.
Right. So like 1 part-timer could be hired for relatively 2 or 3 days, right? And one of those days, I would think, would be smart to do the Kelly Day.
So I don't think, just given what they just said, you could hire him for 2, because that's 2 12-hour shifts, but if you went to 3, I think you'd be up
Okay.
at 36 hours.
So it would be
So
2 days.
I think it would be 2, and I
Okay.
think that's what he's doing
So
now.
for every
or-
full-timer you're looking to offset, I would do at least 2 part-timers.
Hmm.
Right, because
Okay.
if you're thinking 48 hours a week for a full-timer,
Mhm.
and part-timers, they have 2 24-hour shifts, right, so you need 2 to offset 1. So you
Okay.
need 6 part-timers to offset the 3 career
Okay.
Yeah. The problem is still the Kelly Day, because with the language in the contract, you can't order in a part-time, you can't mandate in.
Right, but you, in my thought, you wouldn't have to do that because you're hiring that part-time to cover one of those days is gonna be the Kelly Day. So it's either gonna be a Saturday or Sunday, or it's gonna be a Friday or Saturday. And I guess if I were hiring, or if I was looking at that to put that out, I'd look at my call volume, I'd look at the times and the dates that, are highest. I mean, I would, I'm not a fireman, but I would think maybe Friday and Saturday might be the hotter days, or maybe it is a Saturday, Sunday, I don't know.
We have to look at the language in the contract.
So, current contract says, so no full-time firefighters scheduled Saturday. Saturday would be originally manned paid part-time firefighters. If one paid-time firefighter is out, position will be filled by a part-timer. If a second position is out, a paid full-timer may be ordered in. So original scheduling would be part-timers. If you don't have the part-timers working, you're allowed, the first shift can be filled with part-time, and then the other 3 shifts have to be filled with a full-time firefighter. If you don't have them originally scheduled, right?
Okay.
So like you were saying, Candace, if you hired, say 4 more part-timers, and you're saying, hey, you're on a Saturday, right? Unless they call out, that would definitely offset overtime, but I think the problem is right now, operationally, they can't find any firefighters to work that Saturday. So, I think that's kind of the
That's the problem.
caveat to all this.
Okay, for a part-time firefighter, we pay for them to be fully outfitted.
Yeah, like turnout gear.
All
and-
this stuff, yeah.
Yeah, they get, I don't think they get like a Class A uniform, things like that, but I think they get like a, East Line Fire Service, like,
All the
like,
turnout gear.
Yeah, the quarter zip.
Yeah, like, just like a little number.
Okay, so how much does it cost to, we have an approximation of how much it costs to equip a full-time firefighter? I mean, a part-time? So if we're gonna hire more part-time firefighters, then there's cost incurred in that? Extra
Yeah,
cost.
so. This was from last year, this was saved there, so I'm thinking each firefighter set of turnout gear, say 5,000 a set, you need 2 sets, it's 10 grand. Part-time uniform says 250. A portable radio, 7,500 bucks. Miscellaneous expenses and training, maybe a little catch-all. Part-timer, they're given 1 set of turnout gear, uniforms, and miscellaneous training. So you're looking at so the part-timer doesn't get a radio. Full-timer gets a portable radio. I don't know if it's assigned to them or what quite the deal is there. But, and this was just from last year, so take into account inflation.
Yeah.
But I imagine it's roughly.
So what's the total to outfit them?
Full-timer's about 20 grand, part-timer's about 8 grand. The question is though, the big difference is portable radios. How do you have a full part-timer and have a radio?
Yeah.
They give them an older one. I don't quite know how that works. But
Yeah.
Well, then your full-timer is not gonna share his or her radio with a part-timer.
Yeah, they gotta have their radio.
I think everyone has their own radio.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I would not think that we would I wouldn't think that we would have a part-time firefighter that wouldn't have a radio.
No.
Maybe there's extra radios there. I mean,
Probably not with the cost, but I don't know.
Well,
All right,
and
now,
there's changes now in the system, but
now, what about the volunteers? Do we provide any equipment for them?
I'm not.
I'm gonna say no. Just they've had a volunteer response in about a year's time. I think prior to that we were, and there's a budget for volunteer supplies and things like that. $6,000. It was 12.
So if we were to hire more volunteers.
You don't hire them, they
I
volunteer.
mean, volunteer, but they get they get nothing.
There was a problem with there was a big problem with Department of Labor. They can't be, they have to elect, you can't be both.
Right,
Okay.
and it's a union too. I mean,
Yeah.
he did go into detail on that, so that is a limitation. It's a nice resource to have if the volunteers are there, but it just doesn't sound
And
like that's a.
we intend to encourage it. We're trying to
Oh, I
come up
agree.
with something.
Yeah,
You know,
no, I
we're
think
trying
that
to,
that's a good.
trying to get buy-in from the union. I don't want to say too much about that, but
So
we're certainly in
with-
favor of
So
it.
with a part-time firefighter, we could set a schedule and require that person to work that schedule.
Yes,
They don't work at will.
right.
They work with an assigned schedule.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering how many part-time firefighters are willing to give up Saturday, Sunday, or Friday,
I guess that's a really good question. Maybe.
which seems to me less desirable if in fact you have another job, you have another job that you're working to make up for the part-time, or perhaps you have somebody who's retired, who doesn't mind working on the weekends. So there's a lot of ifs here, and a lot of comparisons to make. So those are just some of my thoughts at this point.
Yeah.
I guess my question would be, like, going forward, is there a way that we could encourage part-time firefighters to, like, apply for East Lyme? We have one, so I just, you know what I mean? Like, we would like more, but I don't know how we would go about doing that.
I love your question, actually, and I know that when I was having conversation with one of the firefighters, he had mentioned, I think the way that he verbiaged it was the attractability of, like, the position, right, and the pay, and retention. We do. I mean, just in any career and anything. I mean, teachers, too, and anything under the sun. You're comparing to other towns and what they pay, and it must be kind of around the same. And that might be something that might or should be looked at, right? Because if there's a part-time position in another town that pays a little bit more, right? Or they have the ability to possibly go full-time or whatever, they are going to opt for that position versus this one. And I think the position that I pulled up, I want to say it was $25 an hour, but I can't.
70, I think.
Okay, so it was right around there. I don't know what other towns pay, but that might be something there.
How many people are going to put their lives at risk
Well-
for $25 an hour? Is that what
At
you're
least one
saying?
at the moment.
So, I'm not pretending to have all the answers. It's a very difficult problem to solve.
It is,
Yeah.
and
I mean, I had a couple of ideas, and I'm certainly listening to, if someone has a proposal, you have a proposal, Candace, I'm listening. The best I could come up with was to do the three, and reduce the part-time budget to the 18, and so have a little bit of flexibility. But to try to, affect the savings from the overtime budget by having the 3 additional firefighters. That's, trying to find the sweet spot, where you've got all these 3 different things going on: part-time, overtime, and regular, the regular pay. There's no magic formula that I could find. In looking at it and studying it, and it seemed to me that maybe 3 is our best hope at this point to see how that works, and
How long
see if we
is
can
this-
see
how
if we
long
can
is
keep
this
our
in-
overtime budget manageable.
I think Roseanne has a
Excuse
question.
me, I thought you.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
what?
thought you were finished.
I'm sorry.
So how long, so we're not talking really about negotiating a new contract?
I'm in the midst of negotiations
All right.
here, so I don't want to comment too much.
Okay, so how long do we have? We've got the budget to be concerned with, but can negotiations can't continue after we've set our budget, because we wouldn't have the money.
No, we have a contingency for
Let's
it.
do another spending freeze.
So we do have a contingency for, we've got three different contracts that are in play, and we don't know where we're going to end up on any one of them. So we do have contingencies in here for that, and we'll see where that goes. So we will continue to negotiate the contract until, hopefully, end of May, June, maybe, if we're lucky. Yeah,
Last one did take 18 months.
yeah.
I don't have any ideas. I'm looking to support or weigh the merits of any one proposal. I think we did that the other night, and we had
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
Someone has another one or competing proposal, I'm happy to hear it. Other
Yeah,
than
me
that, I've
too.
got nothing else to say.
yeah.
All right, so you guys are all happy with the three then? I don't want to put anything on the floor and then it's just going to die. You know what I mean? Like, I want
Well, it's your right to,
really
though, if
have
you
good
want.
dialogue and kind of see where everybody's at. I think that some are kind of feeling like, I don't know which way to go here.
Yeah.
I just feel like to go a more conservative way, a little
Sure.
more modest way, a little bit at a time. If it shows that, we need more, then okay, we'll do more. But I'm hard pressed for, you got a schedule in front of you, you hired to fill the gap. And, I keep hearing, well, what if they don't show up? Like, well, what if nobody shows up? I mean, that's the risk that you take just with anybody. The secretary might not show up tomorrow, or, I don't know. Then you fill it. And then have them pay back.
I think the issue is we're trying to control overtime, and I think that if we had more part-timers, I would be on board with you, but we only have one. If there's a way that we could encourage, that's what I said before,
Yeah.
more part-timers, then I would be
You're not
all
wrong.
for that.
If we had more part-timers, it would help.
I feel like if, let's say we keep it flat, let's say, we change our opinion and we say, okay, we're not gonna hire any firefighters, then I think we're gonna be at the model where we're paying $1 million in overtime. So then, I
I
think
feel like we're paying it either way. We're going to be paying millions of dollars in overtime because it's almost like it's built in now. It's just built in.
Well,
So then, okay,
overtime
instead of paying
reduces.
the overtime, we're going to build in 6 full-time positions, locking us into contracts and everything else, adding to even more that every single year you hear other people, complaining about when it's budget time.
Mhm.
It's just more and more and more versus, it's like you're feeding into it. Creating a system, creating this issue, and now, okay, the hiring frenzy to feed it, and it's just going to keep getting fed.
Well, the other issue is too, which also comes into play, I'm thinking, is we have 2 on military leave, 1 on comp,
That's the other
1 on
problem.
FMLA. So, if we had reassurance that these people are coming back, then we could say, okay, we're gonna be up to 15, we don't need to hire anybody else. Part of my concern is we have no guarantee that these people, when they're coming back.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the issue. And if we don't hire anybody, and I understand what you're saying, you're either paying overtime or you're paying firefighters. It's one or the other.
Right, and then the other.
If we could get part-timers in, I think I would be, 100% behind you saying, yeah, let's do that. I just don't see how that would work. And that's where I'm stuck, and I've been, like, literally, thinking about this, trying to figure it out. And, I did speak to a fireman the other night in between a break, and, he's like, look, I worked 96 hours this week. He goes,
Oh, that's
I-
where the hours came from
yeah,
in my head.
I
That's
don't
where
want
it
to work
was.
this.
Yeah,
Like, he's
that's
like,
where it
I want to
was.
see my family.
Right.
So,
And they
you
should be
know,
able
and
to,
I think,
yeah.
and that's where I think I come on the side of,
Mm.
you know, that's unsustainable for them.
Sure.
And that's why I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
let's put in the 3 firefighters, see if that gives them a little relief. Hopefully, these other ones will come back.
Mhm.
And then in the meantime, I think maybe we need to figure out how to get part-timers. And what you said, maybe you make something look more favorable than comparing it to other towns.
Mhm.
And I think you're right on that. I
Yeah.
agree with that. But I think, and yes, in a way, we are, you know, we're in that catch-22. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. But I think that the 3 will at least give some relief to the firefighters.
Well, I agreed
And-
that the other
And
night,
that's, you know, that's really what spoke to me.
And you're always vulnerable. I mean, when you have 12, and you need to have 12, if any one of them, for whatever reason, is not able to be in the schedule, whether they're deployed, God forbid, and other things that can happen, then you're stuck with increasing overtime.
Right.
So if you have, let's say 15 is the magic number, we add 3, then if you do have some people that just can't be there, you have not increased the overtime budget. So you get to control it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what we need to see is, let's say we stick with the 3. Let's see how we do this year in managing our overtime with the additional 3. Does it really pan out? Does it really help us out like we hoped it would? We'll find out.
Right. The other thing that we haven't actually weighed in on, and it's probably going to come up at another board, really, is the justification, right? The call volume, that kind of thing, because that's huge, right? And you know, Chief Bundy had come in and said that closing a firehouse is not on the table for him. And the truth of the matter is everything's on the table, to be honest with you. And whether or not it's the table here or it's at the table at the Board of Finance, it's on the table, legitimately. And, I am tuning in and listening to what other people are saying, and where their heads are at, and we want good, high-quality services here. But, you yourself threw that word out as far as unsustainability. We need to be able to manage it and absorb it for all, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what we're trying to find that balance point between good service and affordable service. That's the challenge, and it's a difficult challenge.
Kevin looks like he's very
Well, I
finding
know how much
numbers.
orders. I think I know them, so let me
Okay.
share my screen, so. Okay, so, I'm working on it still, I just kind of, it just came to me. So, what I could do is model out 12 firefighters, and then everything you see in yellow, 1 per shift, I will model that out as part-timers, right? So we will need to cover it with overtime. I can reduce approximately 144, oh God. I can take half of that and make it straight time, part-time wages, and then leave half it overtime. So, you know what I mean? Like, that would be the equivalent of 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That'd be equivalent of like 12 part-time shifts in a row. So you would need 6 part-timers in order to cover that without that missing shift. So you're talking really need about 8 to 9 part-timers. But it's doable. So when you just, as far as when I say doable, beans,
Right.
operations, septic
Right.
cameras, I can't speak to that.
Right.
But I can tell you, like, I can model out what it would look like if we said, okay, let's try to hire more part-timers. What it would look like, I can work on it, but just to speak to the part-timers and how much it's been dwindled since 7/1/22 to 6/30/24, the town had over $400,000 in part-time wages.
From what
we have one
day?
guy, from 7/1/22 to 6/30/24, we had over $400,000 in firefighter wages. There was 20 part-time firefighters we had. Highest person made $100,000. There was probably 4 or 5 part-timers that were working significantly. And then others, 8 to 10,000, 5,000 a month, 5,000 a year kind of thing. Not that great, but there were a few that were really hitting hard.
But under the 30 hours, though?
No, this was before it started, so this was kind of, they were still, some of them were hitting over 30 hours.
Oh,
But they're gone now, so they're not getting benefits, things like that. But
okay.
they were part-timers that were really cranking through, hours.
But that number has decreased considerably.
From 20 to 1. So, and now, here's my caveat.
Right.
Of those 20 volunteer, those 20 part-time firefighters, of those 20 part-time firefighters, a lot of those names are the
Full-time.
Full-timers
no,
now.
volunteers. Like all the volunteers, most of the volunteers in town are on that part-time list.
So they were collecting part-time
So
income.
They're part-time, but they're also volunteers.
Right,
Part-time for
and
the
that's
town,
just wonky.
Volunteers for the other organization.
Yeah,
Really,
yeah,
So that's where we got into a little bit of a
Yeah.
sticky wicket.
Questionable labor laws.
Right.
of course, yeah, okay.
Couldn't have it both ways.
So they
Candace.
can't be volunteers and also be paid, is that
Right.
correct?
Yeah, because they're doing the same job. One for
Well, not in your
free.
own town.
Correct.
Yeah, you could be in a
So,
different town.
One could be, you could be a volunteer in your own town.
Theoretically.
And then work in New London or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so,
Well, if we're going to add any money to the part-time line, that money needs to come from somewhere else. So, or we could just add to it and offset any of the savings we've made so far. So, I mean, unless we have a proposal, I mean, that's our path.
I know,
Out of
I'm
this.
almost feeling like I appreciate the dialogue, and I think that community members will appreciate the dialogue also.
yeah.
But I feel like more settled in with the 3. But I wouldn't go further than that for full-time, and even down the road. I mean, I think that part-time is something that, he had stated that he can navigate if that's workable. And there's a reason why. So maybe making it so that it is comparable to other towns. And I think that was really good feedback that came from them.
So,
Okay.
so is there any proposal, Candace, from you at this point?
I want to, but I'm not gonna.
Well, it's your right to if you want.
I know that. Part of me wants to, but the other part doesn't.
Okay. Well, it's your
Yeah.
choice. But we did have a good discussion, and it's not an easy one, and, All right, then, are we ready? We had there was one more thing on
Yeah,
this list.
I'll make a motion that we reduce line 58900 fire training down by $10,000 to a total of $50,000.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. All right. Next is ACO. I think we talked about that, and there weren't any changes. Animal control?
No.
But we already made some changes originally, didn't we?
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we go to, we good with animal control?
Yep.
Okay. Then we go to emergency management. Here we go, emergency management, here we go. Are there any suggested changes on our list? I didn't see any.
Look at it.
I don't spot any. Any other changes that,
Have we made any cuts to this, Kevin?
we did have the presentation the other night, so we did
No, I
review
know.
it.
yeah, you cut, so
Just so I know.
Drone's been cut out of this, as well as the part-time admin assistant,
Okay,
and then the $2,000 for repairs. That was for vehicle repairs, but first I can cut that, and Public Works, will just absorb that in their fleet maintenance budget.
This body has not made any cuts, though. Those are between department head request and first selectman, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Board of Selectmen hasn't made any cuts yet.
Right.
I wasn't suggesting anything.
Jason just said
Okay.
up to-
You guys
It was
remember
fast.
what grant funding brings back to my budget is at the bottom of my.
Are there any suggestions for additional changes?
Let me just look at it. Give me a sec. What's this little joke? Shit. No, I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't have any.
Okay. Then we can, we'll move on to Public Works.
Public Works.
Here we go.
So I
All
see
right,
that there was a proposal to reduce.
Thank you for hanging out with us, Julie.
Yeah, I
It's always a
know.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Give Bear,
Okay.
give
Yeah,
Bear a hug
really.
for
All
me.
right, Julie.
Wade through
Yeah,
this.
thank you. You have a good night, and thank you.
Okay, so I'll just make a motion and we can discuss it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a motion to reduce Public Works Town Engineer by $10,000. It's number 51618. So that would go, let me see, from what?
553.
553 to 543,000. Yeah, I was just trying to see my numbers.
Yeah, so we already reduced this, correct?
Correct.
We
So
did.
originally budgeted $100,000. Alex Close said, they're having trouble finding a good candidate, so they reduced the starting salary to $74,000. This $10,000 will delay the hiring until
Oh, highway.
the school year, maybe.
It's just the
6
next
to 8
one.
weeks out, essentially.
Pass.
So there's still intent
Yeah,
to hire
that
this
does.
position. It's just it'll delay from the
So
starting
the,
hire date,
right here.
August 15th,
Oh.
something to that effect.
Just-
Okay.
So it
top
was at,
one.
Okay.
excuse me, it was at 553, and I made a motion, Dan, to reduce it by $10,000 to 543.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Excuse me.
And as well with this position, since we're expecting someone, probably someone out of college, we're going to reduce the health insurance on this account from a family
Family plan
plan
to single.
to a single plan. So that'll be a separate line. We can talk about that later.
Yeah.
So
Okay. That's not on this.
it's on the spreadsheet, but it's up here in a different, it's up in that 4142 column.
It's a catch-all.
So $10,000 of that savings comes from a reduction. The other 11 in the proposal,
No,
nothing.
no, so
No.
that, hold on, let me just pull this work paper up so everyone can see. So let me zoom in here. So this line, engineer reduced the single plan up in the top part, that 21,780, that's just reducing from a family plan health insurance to single, that's the difference.
Oh, wow.
Mm.
Yep, if you go down closer,
Holy smokes. So you're not actually reducing anything. You're just expecting a different kind of person.
oh, yeah, and delaying the hiring. So instead of the 7-1, we were absorbing the full budget impact by hiring, 6 weeks later. We're just delaying that full-time, so it'll be like, 9/10 of a full-time equivalent,
Understood.
right?
So that's the 51,618. That's what that 10,000 is?
Correct, yeah.
It's
So
still-
this $10,000 cut here, and you can see we're actually saving as well, $765 on the health insurance piece, on FICA, health insurance.
Yeah,
Which is a separate line we'll talk about later.
right.
Yep,
Yes.
Yep, so it all ties together. We got a timing thing here.
So there is a potential candidate.
Is he nodding, yes or no?
We're looking at a college grad or someone, a year or two out, that was not the goal originally, but someone that has the engineering and civil engineering background. Most of those people coming out don't have a panel. So we're carrying a panel plan for hiring a 22, 23, 23, 24-year-old. I talked to Kevin that that'd be an area that we could save, and if for some reason that, for crazy reason, it was a family, I'll have to cover it.
It seems like we're running afoul of some equal opportunity employment clause.
No, we're just budgeting for this.
Just
If
budgeting.
someone has a family plan, we're
And-
taking them on.
Okay, I understand.
Right? We're not, you got a single, you employ
Right,
plus
we
one.
can't
We
discriminate
don't
based on who
discriminate
has a
that.
family and
No,
who
we're just
doesn't.
budgeting,
No.
you know?
That's not the
Ask that
intent.
question, and you wouldn't ask that question, more likely than not, if you're hiring someone that position, though, it's gonna be a single question.
And how long did you say this was going to be delayed? Did you say 2 months?
6 to 8 weeks. Yeah.
Just thinking of the pickup in the summertime with summer employees, summer people coming in, more
Right.
expectations.
Well, this is an
This is
engineer.
Engineering.
This is an
Yeah.
engineer,
I know.
This is not
Okay.
the
yeah.
public
And-
works.
By delaying, you save 10,000, and then by switching budgeting for a single versus family plan, you save
another
that 21.5.
It's a
Seven.
$32,500 savings.
Yep,
Okay, I understand.
we good?
Yes.
All right, we have a second?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then, any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that carries. All right.
Do we need two separate motions?
Yes.
Okay,
But
so,
we won't- let's, we gotta get through all the wages before we touch that health insurance line. So we'll just do it in one swoop.
At the end.
okay, hold on, though.
Yep.
We did town engineer,
Mhm.
and now you're saying we should wait on the sixth one down, engineering reduced to single plan budget? Okay,
Yep, because if
Okay.
you go to that very top, it says health insurance, the 92,236, and then the 139, very top, those are the same accounts.
okay,
So we're gonna net all the savings, and then we'll just do one,
I understand.
yep.
One motion that captures
Yep.
both, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so all those, the FICA, retirement, so we'll do those at the same time. All righty, okay. Any other suggestions or changes on this account?
Well, is electricity in this? Is that?
Building maintenance, next department.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, so we'll go to the next section then, to maintenance, unless there's any other discussion?
I just want to ask about 58900, safety equipment training certs. It just went from, let me see, actual expense was 13,439, and now it's going up to 20,500. So it just seems like it's a big jump, so I just wanted to,
So they're absorbing the line above it, the dues and fees line is also being absorbed there. from
It
engi-
disappeared.
So if you remember, 2 years ago,
Mhm.
engineering was absorbed in highway. So Public Works, we consolidated the departments.
Mhm.
So when the town engineer transitioned to the deputy works director, we kind of absorbed it all. So, and don't forget, last year in 2025, we had a 4-month spending freeze at the end of the year,
Mhm.
right? So.
Okay.
So this $2,000 line above incorporated would be $15,000, but that is actually because of the hiring freeze, it looks like less than what it actually was.
Joe, can you come defend your line?
What's that?
He knows exactly what's in this account. He's the guy.
The guy.
58900.
So my question is, 58900 goes from about 14 grand up to 20. That was her question, actually. Mine was, okay, if we absorb $2,000 from above, let's say that's about 16 grand. Where's the other 4 grand coming from?
I'm trying to look it up. The current budget's 18,000.
Yep.
Current is 18.
18, but plus the 12 that you're merging into it, right? The dues and fees, isn't this line?
It wasn't
So
12.
they get added together.
1,200.
It's 1,200 plus
18
18,000.
plus 1,200 is
Yeah,
19,200,
19,200.
and we have 25, so it was 19,200, 22, it's 1,300, 1,300 more than what current year. So that breaks down
Mhm.
to, there is 7,500 in training for the whole department, and there's a lot of people, a lot of mandatory trainings. $5,600 in safety shoes, $2,000 in safety equipment, $3,000 in all the vests, shirts, the things that the protective gear that the guys get, like 10 shirts and all the other stuff by contract. There's $1,000 to be for the department to be in the American Public Works Association. There's, Alex Close has, membership to the ASCE, my professional engineering license, Alex's, and there's $500 left over of that. So that's exactly how it's broken down. So
Thank you for that, but I'm afraid that doesn't help me.
I'm just breaking down the 20,500 to show you exactly how it's allocated, like what.
20,500, okay, so that was broken down there. It seems that in 2025, it was about 15, or 14 grand.
So what it might have been, this gets back to that whole, it was budgeted 18, but this is that thing that, in the highway department, we have all these costs that I said in the presentation that we don't control. And so, I had to look, but I'm guessing that money got pulled out of that account to fund fleet maintenance or something else in the department, so we spent less in that line, is what I'm guessing. For existing, are you talking actual spending?
5,900.
I was looking at 2025, actual is 13,439.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes in actual, if I'm halfway through, like here's a good example of winter that I'm extremely over in salt and other things, so I use less training money, so I can't train my people, I can't do other stuff. So it's hard to look at the actual numbers in the highway department because I have to pull money. I don't come back to this board to ask for more money, so I had to take it out of other accounts. So it's not that I didn't need it. We probably we've forgone training that year. We had to do some, there was something that we couldn't normally do because we had to make it up for in other accounts. But the budget line was 18,000.
So the 18,000 plus that 1,200,
Plus the 1,000. So
that takes us up to approximately.
19,200, and I'm actually asking for 1,300 more. Is that that's the 20,500?
Okay, I
But
got it.
but when you say when you
That
add
makes
the
sense.
actual, that's why it's 13,500 because once you got to a certain, like right now I'm 7 months, 8 months into a year, I'm gonna have to start cutting back in all kinds of accounts to make up for being 100-something thousand over and overtime. So that's where I dig into all these other accounts to try to not spend there. I almost do my own spending freeze to make up for it in the end. So if you look at the actual, it says 13,500, you're like, oh, well, you don't need 13,500, we needed it, we just didn't do it because we have to make it up.
Right.
So
I
that
understand.
overage actually covered landfill materials. So landfill materials was slightly higher, so that, you didn't spend here and you just moved it up here. So like you were saying, Joe, this account was 12,000, this account was 15, you essentially just moved you transferred whatever you had left up here to cover landfill.
The streetlights was budgeted, last budget was at 96. There's all kinds of accounts that I don't control that go over that we just have to make up for. That was part of the presentation, so that's a good example of like this is how we'd like to make it, like to spend this money in proper training, but in the safety issues and all that stuff.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Joe.
it.
Appreciate it. Any other questions on that budget? Move over to maintenance of town buildings. It's the 1054,325, and we do have a line item here that we can suggested that we can reduce. That's the electricity. We had previously reduced it to 350,000. But it looks like we can squeeze another 10,000.
Try to get there.
It's the very next,
105-4325? Is that it?
yes,
Yes.
Okay.
that's right.
We're looking at electricity.
And at the bottom, utilities, 56,220.
I'll make a motion that we reduce line 56,220 by $10,000 to bring it down, to bring it down to
340.
350.
Well, it was 350.
No,
It was-
it's
it was
350.
To go to
Yeah,
340, yeah, so $340,000.
Right. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
All right. We have a second. Any discussion?
So last year was the crazy year, just like a lot of people's personal bills where you had the public demand or whatever that crazy charge was. That seemed to settle down, so we're starting to, once we started, because we're supposed to get these budgets in by November, December. As we start seeing how this year's playing out, we're tracking better than I thought. So that's when I originally, unfortunately, I apologize, I was away last week, so I had a discussion about that you could cut 20, and when I started looking at it, I said, I actually think we can cut another 10, because we're trying to find any money under any rock And I feel comfortable that we're still gonna be under, next year's line, so that's a good way to find another 10 grand.
Now that we have you here, I would like to just kind of beat a dead horse here. In terms of electrifying using solar, has Public Works explored anything in recent months?
For streetlights?
No, just in general, for your facility or any available.
Yes, we have. We looked at the community center as probably the best building in the sense of roof coverage. Most of the solar programs are going out, they're all sunsetting, all the funds for it, and when we just actually met with someone a few months ago to try to go over a plan. So the benefit to the town is
Not there.
not there anymore.
It was
I
a
mean,
really tight ROI.
and you know, to do that to the community center and basically, and the other thing is you need southern facing roofs, and the only place that's southern facing on there is when you first show up, and it's on the senior side, so it's the first most visible side. So if you want to have a good ROI to make sure it's worth putting it all up there, and it just didn't seem like it was worth it.
We had a
Thank you.
representative that was here.
Yeah, but we've looked at all different kinds of energy saving things. We try to do that all the time to try to find anywhere we can save money.
Thanks.
Good question.
Thanks, Joe.
All right,
Thank you.
we have a motion on the table. All in favor, unless there's more discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So the motion carries. All right. Next is,
Thanks, Joe, sorry for keeping
yeah,
you here
thank you,
so
Joe.
long.
Kept you here late. Appreciate it.
Town Building Committee,
Building committee, yeah, that's,
looks like it's,
guess we can,
Pretty
600
much.
bucks. Guess we can flip by that one.
I mean, you could, in the spirit of that, I know every penny, you could that $500, but give them $100. They haven't had a meeting since I've been here for 3.5 years.
That's straight to the bone, though.
They haven't had a meeting since I've been here. They only meet on capital projects. I don't see any capital projects that rise to the level of them meeting quarterly. I'm just skipping it out there, and then Dan's line, I mean, they don't have their secretary, so I'm assuming Sandy would do it, or, you know, someone internally, so.
So I'll make the motion then.
Yeah.
I make a motion to reduce line 51620 by $500 to be $100.
Do I hear a second?
second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay. All right.
Library.
Culture and recreation.
When library?
Culture and recreation.
Yeah.
All right. I think we went over that before.
Yes.
Yep, so I think, unless there's any new changes, I think we,
Well, there is a proposed cut here.
oh, there is?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see it. All right.
Oh, what's it for? Library.
Give me a second to get oriented.
Yeah, where is
I
it?
know, I'm trying to find it.
504.
That's $15,000.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it.
56115.
Mhm.
I don't see it. Hold on a minute. Let me just-
Oh, here it is.
Let me
I see
just
it.
get
It's the
there.
third one from the bottom.
Youth
What-
Services
It's this one here.
Program.
No, but I'm trying to find it. Let's see,
Yeah, I
where
can't
are we?
find it in my budget book.
58504.
Sorry.
Well, I have the library
It's
here.
yellow tab.
Yeah, but that's not,
I'm looking for the actual line 58504.
that's what I'm looking for.
Right after youth services, should be 2 after commission on aging. So it should go commission on aging, youth services, then library. Library's just one line.
Library, I have library operating budget though.
Yep.
Then it's salaries, fringe benefits, but
So they,
that's-
you know, so it's we're essentially contributing to a not-for-profit, right? So
Okay.
all we have is one line item,
Oh, okay.
right? Does that make sense?
Okay, but,
Because, you know, essentially what we're doing is it's almost like a operating grant to keep them operating.
Yeah.
They're their own not-for-profit, they have their own board of directors.
And so this suggestion would be a 1% just cut.
So, but I'm still not following you.
So the original request was 1,403,078.
Oh, I'm with you now.
For
Okay, I
selectmen,
found it.
cut them back by approximately $29,000 to 5%, or just shy of 5%, which was a $65,000 increase. The proposed cut in front of you is to cut them back to a $50,000 increase, which is I think about 3.75%.
Okay. So, right now, it stands at, wait, there is no first selectman cut here.
Okay, so,
That's because, so they sent me a PDF.
Okay, so of that 1403788,
Yep.
Dan answered back what?
1,375,000.
all right, let me just write this down. 1,003,000.
1,375,000.
1,003,000, okay.
Yep, and that adds to an even $65,000 increase, right? Last year's budget was
From last year.
310.
So
Okay.
1,375,
Are you
zero.
with us? You know where we are?
Yeah.
Yeah, over here.
Okay,
Oh,
and
I've got this one.
you're saying that's a
Right here.
$65,000?
So,
Correct.
hang on
Right
one
now-
second, we're just trying to get to the right
Yeah,
page.
I can't
Give-
get on
Okay,
that.
so you're gonna go to, sorry, culture and recreation, you got the orange tab.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's where
So-
it was.
Yeah, I know, it's confusing. So, you wanna get to.
So it's 420?
Yeah, health, wellness, student, and I go right into commission on aging.
Do you not have,
I don't think I have it.
okay, hold on one second. Do you mind if I
No.
look?
Pull up on the town website and
Let's
share.
see,
Trying here.
what's this? Parks and recreation.
That's the commission.
Hold on. I think it's over here, here you go. So you're gonna go,
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
hold on, let me just get to where it is exactly. Here we go.
All right.
Okay, so
You
it's
got
kind
for
of
Ann here.
stuck.
Thank you.
So,
Where are you guys? So I guess you can- You're on
okay,
that.
so, all right,
Down
hang
here?
on, let me just,
No, there's one line, and
Yeah,
it's kind of
okay,
fuzzy. It
so-
looks
So
She
different.
was
Wait,
hidden.
let me-
Okay, she was hidden.
let me just explain
Yeah.
quickly, because
Okay.
Candace doesn't follow. So this was 1403788.
Yeah.
So the first selectman reduced it down to 13755.
Yep.
Which is basically an increase of 65,000.
Okay.
At this point, the proposal is to cut it another 15,000, which
Yeah.
would bring it down to, what, Kevin?
1,360,000.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. So that would be a $50,000 increase. All right, are you
Okay.
you with
No,
me?
I got it,
Okay, Dan,
So it'd be a
you're at the right place?
3.23 increase.
No, he's not at the right place
3.8,
either.
right?
Hang on a minute,
Yep.
keep going, keep going. Keep going.
I don't feel too bad.
this it?
She's got to get
No,
it there.
one more page, here we go.
Ah,
Okay, so,
got
all
it.
right, so this is what it was, the 1,403.
Yeah,
You reduced it down to 1,375, which is a $65,000
right.
increase. What
And
we're
we're-
proposing is another $15,000
Yeah.
decrease, which would be actually an increase of $50,000, which would bring it down to $1,360,000.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Everybody,
Yeah.
Roseanne and Jason, you're on, you know where we are?
Yes.
So they're
Okay.
still significantly getting a large increase.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're just
So-
reducing that increase a little bit.
okay.
Yep.
Did somebody make a motion? I can't
No.
remember.
All right, let's hear a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion. On line 58, what is it, 504,
504.
library, to reduce it from $1,375,000, reduce it by $50,000, no,
15.
15,000, I'm sorry,
1.15.
reduce it by $15,000, which brings it down to $1,360,000,
Great.
which
We
is
have a second.
still
Okay.
a $50,000
Yep.
increase.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
All right,
Well, that was a hard one.
That was really,
we had a fun.
Okay,
All right,
the hardest part was one.
all right. Now we go to Parks and Rec.
Well, where's youth and family here?
That's,
That's further down.
No, it's actually above.
It's above.
it's
Oh, it
above.
is?
And where?
Oh, wait a minute, okay.
That one I have right in my fingers.
Okay,
Oh,
where's,
no.
that one I don't, is that before?
4418.
After your orange tab.
Oh, here, 4418, here we go.
After
All right.
your orange
Oh,
tab,
so-
and after commission on aging.
I'm not there.
So after library
So it's
then?
above Parks and Rec and above library?
It's,
Wait, what am I looking
It's right after Commission on
Look at the
Aging.
orange
I
tab.
believe they're in health and human
All right, so I've
services.
got
I don't know if they're
commu-
called-
Yep.
I think I have commission on
Oh,
aging.
It's
so I have to
right
go further.
next to that.
Okay.
Right,
Okay,
they're
all right, so we're not going in order then. All right.
Oh, I got them tabbed, got it. So are we doing we're doing youth and family services now? Or are we going through this other stuff that we're skipping?
I thought we passed.
Yeah, I know, I would rather,
What did we skip over?
can we go in
Did we
order?
skip over something?
Well, hold on, let me just see
If
here.
we
So I have
did,
library,
we'll go
and then right after library, I have Parks and Rec.
Yeah, that's what,
Isn't that where we're at?
I think we
Yeah.
should just stay in order.
Time out.
Okay, so
Oh,
it
no, I
depends on
wouldn't
what
say in
you're
order.
talking about, because my list doesn't always tie to your list.
Yeah,
Oh,
correct.
okay.
Right?
So why don't
All
we
right, no,
go
I
in
wanna
order?
stay in order.
Yeah, I want
So-
to stay in order
Let's
too.
stay in order,
Okay,
so
so
we'll
we're
do
going
Parks and Rec.
Yeah, let's
do
go
Parks
on,
and Rec.
because otherwise it's going to get too
Yeah.
It is
confusing.
gonna get confusing, yeah.
So we've done
Confusing
everything
enough.
up to
Yeah.
Parks and Rec now, right? Okay, good.
All right, so Park and Rec.
And we did have one on that,
Yep, so we have, there's two on this.
too. Well,
Okay, I'll make
Okay.
a motion and then we can discuss it.
Good.
Okay. Hold on, let me just find it. Sorry. Oh, 51625, union maintenance payroll. I'll move to reduce it from $342,243 by $29,234, which brings us down to
313.9,
$313,900.
no, $9.
Oh, sorry.
313009.
Okay. $313,000,
zero.
$313,009.
Got it. There you go.
Sorry.
You did good. Okay,
It's getting late.
yeah. All right, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that motion carries.
Okay, I just wanted to just say that Jerry Locken was in agreement with this. Am I correct?
Yes.
I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah.
With the deal in the next motion.
Yes, and the next motion was, because we're going to be taking away one of his ground crew,
Right.
he does need seasonal part-time help. So that would basically entail us adding $12,500
Yep.
for his seasonal part-time help.
That's right.
So I'm going to make the motion, and then we can discuss it further if people want.
Yep.
So this is number 51620, PT seasonal labor. It's $100,000, and I'm going to move to increase it by $12,500, which brings us up to $112,500.
Second.
Okay, we have a second, we have a first and second. Any additional discussion? Let's, should we talk about it?
Well, I think just Jerry
We're good.
Yeah,
Lucken
we're good?
requested
Yeah,
it, so
he's,
let's do
yeah,
it.
I
All right,
think,
he's in favor of it, I'm.
and it gives us some
okay.
savings.
I don't know if
Yeah.
he requested it,
Yeah.
but after.
I mean, I say
conversation
requested,
with him,
he agreed to
He
it.
did, he was a team player.
He was, yeah, exactly, and we thank him for that.
Okay, so, that we discussed it. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
And there's another piece of this which we're going to cover when we get to the healthcare, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so that's,
All right, is there anything else on his?
Well, we went through this,
Let's see,
everything went down last, they said.
overtime,
I think
that
we
is.
scoured it pretty thoroughly last time.
What's overtime? Hold on, let me just look at it.
We really did, and
Yeah.
then let's not forget that last year he really took a hit. I mean, his
Yep.
his budget. really
Overtime for
Yeah.
full-time parks and recreation maintainers. Okay, I'm
So,
good.
I think last
All
time we
right.
decided
Yeah, he did.
we'd leave him alone pretty much. I think
Okay,
that's up to
we're good.
Health,
Health and welfare,
Welfare.
human health.
Let's, 0% increase.
What's this? What is this? Let's see.
Are we on youth family services right now?
No, we're on
No, on
health
health
and
and
welfare
welfare.
slash health and,
Is that the $12,000 VNA?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, so this is for, it was for, what the heck is it called? Indigent care?
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Indigent care?
Yeah.
That has ceased, so what we are looking to do with that money, so the BNA services in Eastern Connecticut, whatever they're called, they stopped doing the indigent care.
Yeah.
What we're looking to do with this money now is use it for foot care clinics at the
Okay.
senior center.
Yeah.
So we're not paying 100%, but this will offset. So I think I'm sorry, Kristen, you're gonna kill me. I think it's $45 a month to get your feet checked
Mhm.
by a
Yes.
licensed doctor.
Mm.
What we're looking to do is subsidize that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
$25 a month per person, I believe, roughly, because what we noticed when we went from partially funding it to having it fully on the senior,
Mhm.
that a lot of people stopped coming in.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So that $45 a month is the line in the sand for a lot of seniors to say, I can't afford this.
This
So
is a great
it's
It's
service for
actually
them.
incredibly expensive to go to a podiatrist,
Yeah.
and it's far and few between, so
It's
that
coming
service.
and it's so
It's
important.
No, it's a
so
great
important.
service,
It
and
is.
I hope we just leave this
Especially
one.
For people that have diabetes.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly, they
It's-
need it, yeah.
That's a great use.
So we're all in agreement to leave that alone?
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Can I just throw
Yep.
something out there, just a
Yep.
question?
Yep.
Now, I'm assuming senior citizens at this stage have Medicare. Would Medicare not cover something like
Don't
this?
believe
Yes,
so.
it does, but not routine service. You have to have a foot, I mean,
Issue.
Like an
Yes.
ailment? Okay,
Yes.
So I
understood,
think
all
this-
right.
This is quite literally just like routine foot care.
Yeah, no, and
Just making
that's
sure it's-
This is
incredibly,
preventative in a way.
it's
a
incredibly
great-
important.
Very important.
It seems
Yeah.
like,
you break a toe or something, then Medicare covers.
okay, yeah, I'm for this then, for sure.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a good one.
Now we're on the youth family.
Well, Commission on
No,
Aging.
Commission on Aging, what do we got here? All right,
Yep.
office supplies.
That's my ex officio, and they are okay with that.
Okay.
They're okay with what? All right, let's see. All right, I just see a motion here, so I'll make it and we can discuss it. I just need to find it.
The office supplies.
Yeah, I don't see it though.
It's right below the 10th, here it is, right here.
Am I on the wrong page?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, you're looking.
56100.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's towards the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm on the wrong page?
It's Commission on Aging. Yep, and then right, 51600.
So it's
Right
currently
here.
currently
Five-
proposed at 2,800. We're
516.
going to reduce it by $200, so
I don't
that's
have
it. Wait.
2,600.
Wait, hang on
Yeah.
a minute.
It would be flat from
Wait a minute, where is it?
Yeah, I don't have.
Hold
is
on.
it- Is that under miscellaneous supplies?
56100.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right.
miscellaneous supplies.
All right, I
Okay.
have it listed as office supplies, so that's
Okay.
why I was getting confused.
Office supplies, miscellaneous.
Okay, all right.
56100, all right.
All
Yeah.
right, did somebody make a motion? Okay,
I don't think so.
I'll make a motion then. All right, line 56100, miscellaneous supplies, we would reduce it by,
200.
what is it, $200
Yes.
Yep,
to, that brings it down to 2,600?
Mhm.
We didn't already reduce that, correct?
No.
Okay, already, okay, got
it's
it.
back where it was in
Yep.
26, yeah. All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? And Roseanne, you said that it's your ex officio, and they're in agreement with that, so,
Yeah.
okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The motion carries.
They have that special revenue fund, so if they have something that comes up,
They can pull out of
it's
that.
very good about getting
Longevity, maintenance.
Okay, youth, family, and health services.
Can we just, I'm just looking at professional conferences.
Oh.
No, you've got
So-
the COA?
It went up, yes, it's still on commission aid, it went up from, actual expense in 2025 was $305, and now we're going up to $1,370. So I just have a question about that.
Yeah,
Let's see, where are we? 5.3, does it say anything?
The thing I will say is we were in a hiring freeze for part of last, or a spending freeze for part of last year.
Mm-hmm.
So if they, I don't know if that's the answer, but I'm just saying they might have missed a conference they were supposed to go to or something like that.
All right. It says here includes 2 memberships to Connecticut Association of Senior Center Personnel, entertainments, showcases for program coordinator to attend, CPR training for staff and fitness instructors, and other miscellaneous training fees. Okay. I'm okay with
I think
that.
that's
If it's got the CPR on there, that's important. That's all right.
We good?
Yep, I'm good if everybody else is.
Youth, Family, Health, and Human Services. So we had a couple of adjustments on our sheet here.
Yeah, before we adjust, there was a question about what the actual values were in the bottom. I think that was the only part that was affected, right? The very bottom line?
I think they said it was supposed to be 2.25%. Am I?
That got resolved, right? We had,
It was just
What are
that,
you talking about, guys?
so
Sorry,
on Youth and
what?
Family Services, there was
Oh, yes.
the
But
bottom
nothing
line.
more than,
a cell
the-
misreferenced.
No, yeah, no, not even. If you see this middle column, K, L, and M, original transfers revised.
Mm-hmm.
If we scroll down and I pull up Youth Family Services, you notice how they have a cut here? This is, so 258,997, there were budget transfers that were done. That is not reflective in what Sarah's presentation was, because those weren't in the system just yet.
Okay.
Right, so that was to cover, removing one of the positions from part-time to full-time, and as such, we moved $3,000 out of that account to help fund the full-time status.
So was 3.40 correct?
Yep, so
It's
if you look down
incorrect.
here, 3.40 is the correct.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, good. Thank you. So that's been resolved.
So now you have additional reductions in there for 3,600, or
So-
6,000, excuse me. So did you have conversation with Sarah prior to this?
I did not, so, and the reason I just, put these on here, if you look at the actuals, on the office supplies line, you're at 8,600, she spent about 5,700, that's $3,000, but don't forget, we do have, multiple grants. We have so many
Yeah.
grants in Youth Family Services, the opioid funds, cannabis funds are still accessible, and those are slight money that's been appropriated already, but there's still 40,000 there.
Right, but I
There's
don't
a
think that
CREP
that can be
grant.
utilized for that.
It can be utilized for, if it's program-based, so maybe not office supplies, but,
No.
$6,000 for office supplies.
I honestly don't think that that can be utilized for that. I mean, I'm not a grant specialist, but I've been to, I'm the ex officio for that, and I wouldn't be comfortable reducing that unless it was confirmed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now,
Yeah.
some of these reductions, you have had conversation with district or department heads,
Mhm.
but not this one.
Correct, yeah, it's about 50-50.
Yeah. And I understand about grants, but quite often when they're specific, it's not gonna be paid for supplies. I just don't believe that.
I agree, but yeah.
I'd be
I was more
nervous.
speaking to the technical supplies account there, at $16,000. Because a lot of those are at-risk programs, ski club, movie night, National Night Out. There are a lot of things that are discretionary, right?
So this would decrease their budget over prior year. So it would be a negative.
It would be more reflecting the actual.
Yeah, I would prefer not to make these reductions.
Yeah, I'm with Candace on that. Is there a way we could, instead of reduce their budget, perhaps not increase it quite so much?
These
I mean,
are
it's
just
not a very
suggested
large Yeah, yeah,
guidelines. This is totally the board's decision,
Well, we did not touch this the first time through. And to be clear, I feel like this is a very worthwhile community resource that is underutilized, and the more we take away, the less kind of momentum they have to get their feet under them, also considering that they are a newer commission. So I am all for realizing savings where they can be had. However, I would be careful what we cut here, because beginnings are sensitive times. We don't want to hobble this commission.
It does seem like the 3,000 and the 6,000 is quite a bit.
Especially since their actual expense in 2025 was over 30 grand, with, $37,000.
The budget for that was 47,000.
So they came in,
So originally, 2 years ago, some of the budget, some of the grant, like youth service grant, I believe it was, and some of the grants were in the general fund, right? So those were
Okay.
peeled off of
Yeah.
this separate account. So this is just one piece of their operating budget, right? So you're looking at Kenneth, do you know the exact dollar amount for that youth service grant? 37,000 maybe?
I'm going on memory
I think
possibly,
it's about
I don't know.
37,000. I think it's
Yeah.
maybe 11,000 a quarter they're getting, so about 40,000 on top of this 270. Then we got, like I said, grants from CZAC. There are multiple grants here. But just
I feel like these values are fluctuating in a way that makes them hard to kind of predict. This commission started in
2 years ago.
2025?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
and I mean, they've done an incredible job. They provide a vast, amount of services from birth to all the way,
Yeah, they do a lot.
to seniors. So
And I feel like they have a lot of capacity. They should, in
I'm
the
just
future, have more
concerned with that.
capacity to do more work and more help.
So is it the feeling we just leave them alone?
Well,
I would like to do that. I mean, if just projecting ahead. Okay, if you could do this over, I would have valued maybe a heads up, maybe have the conversation, and or at least give them have the opportunity to come and have dialogue.
Which
Just
they all
'cause
did. They all had dialogue to come to this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't stop anyone from coming to this.
Well, I think
That's why
maybe,
it's not
I think that if a department head knows that you're gonna be reducing their fairly small budget, or, their, restricted budget, I would say, by an additional 9,000, they would probably show up. I would think.
yeah, that's quite a hit. Maybe
It's not small.
something more in line of what we've done before, like we reduced miscellaneous supplies by 500 and supplies and services by 500, or reduce them both by 250 to get that 500 that we've been taking here and there. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I'd be happy to make a motion.
Well, we have to make this decision tonight.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
We should.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not willing to completely eliminate the reductions, but I would be willing to consider,
It's half it.
a smaller amount.
So what if we did, say, 1,500 and then 3,000? That way, we're
Cutting it in
cutting in
half?
half.
I'd be agreeable to that.
I'll make a motion and then we can discuss it some more. So 56100, Youth, Family, Human Services Office Supplies, what is it? From
561.
Eight. $8,575, reduced by, was it $1,500?
Yeah.
Which brings us down to,
7075?
say it again?
Was it 7075 for reducing it by 1,500?
Right, Kevin?
I think so.
7075.
Okay.
All right. Do I hear a second?
Second?
All right. All right, so it's a smaller reduction. They do have substantial grants that they can offset other things, and they need to be able to use those grants. Any further discussion on that cut?
The only thing that I'm going to say is that I'm not confident on that. I mean, I understand that they get a tremendous amount of grants that
Yeah.
they write and they facilitate,
Sure.
but there's guardrails and guidelines to each one of those grants. I can't imagine that supplies is under them, and I just don't have confirmation, and I just don't know. So I would rather, my vote will be erring on caution and not voting in favor. Because I don't know. And I'm not going to
Yeah,
predict.
again, I'm with Candace on that.
Well, I guess I'm kind of looking at miscellaneous supplies. Actual expense is 5,700, and they're asking for 8,500. So when we cut it back, they're still getting an increase. So that's how I fall on it. But I don't know if you want to take a vote. We'll see how this goes.
Do we have a second? Yeah, we
already
do.
did that,
We
yeah.
Okay. All right, let's vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed.
All right, so 3 in favor, 2 opposing. No motion carries.
All right, and then line 56115, Youth, Family, and Human Services Supplies. I'll move to reduce that by, let me see, let me just find it, from 16,000 to, what are we doing? By 3,000 to 13,000.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All right. So we have another reduction, and again, we're reducing it by 3,000.
Yeah, this
Any-
one's a little bit harder to defend. I mean, it says in the budget on that page what the 8575 was for. When it comes to the 16 grand, it just says 16 grand program supplies. So, I mean, I would be a little bit more comfortable with this because it's a larger amount of money and doesn't seem to have kind of proper notation in terms of telling us what it's for. Just kind of saying, we need this money.
Okay.
It would be nice if she had the opportunity to know that it was on there and be able to defend it, I guess.
What'd you say, Candace?
I said it would have been nice if there was dialogue maybe with her, like some of the other ones had had.
Yeah.
No worries, we can take a vote. That'd be the same reasoning for me.
Yeah, I understand. All right, so we've got discussion. All right, so all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed?
All right, so again, it's 3-2, and the motion carries. Okay. Debt service, well, that isn't really under,
We haven't done, was there more? Services to the community we still haven't done?
We have not.
Okay. Or I guess contingencies next.
Well, there's also this museum fund program. Where is that?
Oh,
106.
115,
where would,
56115.
I don't even know where that would be.
Yeah, it's 105, 416 is the place where it is. I didn't see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what that actually is.
I'm seeing it at 56115.
Yeah, but like what department is it in?
We could ask Kevin when he comes back.
Well, I'm gonna use this opportunity to stand up and stretch my
Yeah,
legs.
yeah, yeah. Can we take like a 5-minute break?
yeah, sure, whatever you want, guys. Should we take a break?
I'm
There.
just stretching my legs.
Yeah.
Whatever you guys want.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, let's, we're gonna, do I hear a motion to take a break?
So moved.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Yeah, that was official.
All right, we'll go back on the record.
All right, let's move.
What time is it? It's 8:55.
Okay,
All right.
back on.
Wait, it's 9:55.
No, it's 856.
8:56.
I thought the clock.
No, wait a
It's
minute.
8:56.
Oh, 8:56.
That clock might
8:50.
be wrong.
Yeah, that clock is wrong.
It's
Correct.
bedtime.
Wait, that clock is
Yeah,
on.
that clock is wrong. All right.
Yeah.
So it's 8:56. So we're back on the record at 8:56. Back on the record? Okay, and we're continuing our budget deliberations, and we're turning our attention right now. We're going to revisit the Brookside Farm Museum Commission, and we have a potential reduction.
I'll make a motion, line 56115, which is museum programs. And I'm moving to reduce the $2,500 by $500, which brings it down to $2,000.
All right, do I have a second on that one?
A second.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion?
The rationale here is not to reflect anything actually in the budget, just to ask every department to make some kind of cut.
Between the, James, can you, switch to the other screen? 1 second. So, okay, there we go. Okay, when you look at actuals, museum, and preservation, between the two of them, we spent just shy of $4,000. By cutting this back, that gives, oh, crap. I don't know what just happened, hold on. Sorry, just want to make sure nothing happened here. So So just cutting it back to $4,000 for the year between those two.
Oh, I
As
see.
opposed to 4,500
Correct.
for both. Okay, I understand now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, the town has a lease with the Friends of the Brookside Farm that are really supposed to be, paying for things like this. So, even $4,000 is still kind of generous based on the lease.
Okay.
Okay.
Any further discussion? None. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
So now we fast forward.
All right.
Now we're going to the fun stuff.
Contingency? Is that,
Yeah.
isn't that where we are? We've kind of done, besides services to the community, I think we're
Yeah, I think we're at the
done,
end.
kind of.
I think the plan is for that to come back, right? Start seeing, later date,
Yeah.
start all that out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, it's
Yeah, we
It's an
have
error
the amount.
tomorrow.
What?
You set the amount, then the Board of Finance will set the amount, and you guys can
Okay.
appropriate it.
Yeah.
Got it.
How
All
it
right,
gets
that makes
appro- How we
sense.
divide it up, that's
Oh,
a later date.
yeah, that's what I did
Yeah,
last.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so contingency. Any
What-
suggestions?
Currently at 250 for townwide. Personnel, we're at 308.
Yeah,
We already made reductions.
Yeah,
here.
I don't have any
Yeah,
interest in
because I
changing.
know
I don't
that I had
think-
some of coastal
Yep.
resiliency.
So we've
Yeah.
already covered
You're,
that.
you're good with this, Kevin, the way it's sitting?
I
Okay.
do have a few cuts we haven't touched yet
On what?
on, like retirement liability. I
Where's,
think we can squeeze that 100 grand, sorry, 10 grand.
where do we find that?
all the way in the front.
It's-
10541, it's up at that,
We go to the front of the book.
1054139, the employee benefits tab. That's 3 different departments in one. It's encompassing in that.
In the very front of the book?
Yep, that employee benefits, remember, the legal, start with legal.
Yeah, we
Okay,
were,
just give us a sec.
You were there a while ago.
Yeah.
yeah. Where about, is it
Are
after
you
your
on the
assessment?
first page or the,
It should be, that's really. where
Under
we're
general
focused.
government?
Yep, the general government.
You see that
Okay.
tab? Okay.
Oh, miscellaneous government miscellaneous benefits?
Correct, yep.
All right, hang
So
on a
the
minute.
section that starts with,
I got,
Revenues, government expenses, is it after that?
keep going, Jason's after, it's before HR.
See HR.
1054142. Right
just-
under personnel.
Are we all expenditures?
Yep, let me do that here, 105. You've got to make it, I think, so,
what are we looking for?
general fund
Far?
expenditures?
I'm at assessor's office. Where is it in relation to that?
I think he's talking about this.
Wait,
Oh,
wait, wait.
that?
that's
I
where
think
it's
Dan's
supposed
on
to be.
something else.
Am I on the wrong thing here, Ted?
I know we're in the right place. Yeah, you're in the wrong one. Go
All
ahead.
right, I'll start over.
She's in the right one, but we don't know where the right place in the right one is.
And you said it was after what?
I thought
It's
you
right
said
after the, that's at the front part.
human resource.
So it's general fund expenditures?
Government miscellaneous.
It's the,
Oh, I've got the expenditures.
Oh,
We're in
okay.
the right
That's-
spot.
oh, so the
General fund
very-
expenditures.
To the very front?
Oh, wait, this one?
You're in the very front?
That's where I'm at. General
Government
fund
miscellaneous and
expenditures. I'm just trying to
benefits.
find what he's, where
We
he's
were
at.
just here.
Yep.
So-
Touch it.
Now we're
all
back.
right, so
All right,
was I
hang
in the
on a
right
minute.
spot?
I guess you were right and I was
I have
wrong.
general fund
So
revenue.
this one here, yeah.
General fund revenue,
Imagine that.
whatever.
So it's gonna be,
And then I've got nothing. Okay. All right, general fund
no,
expenditures?
it's gonna be this one here.
Oh,
Keep
no, I'm
going.
in the wrong one again.
Go to first
Dan's
selectman.
got it.
This
It's
isn't
before
right then?
first selectman.
That's the cover sheet that encapsulates it. You can look at that. We'll go to the Gen Gov.
Okay.
Gen Gov before it?
No, I mean,
Oh,
And then I go to first selectmen.
I need it. I need a helper.
Then I don't have anything else. I just have
what's gonna
where to find it.
Here you go.
But I
No.
found it. Budget tabs. There you go. You're good here.
We're way off.
I'm sorry.
I'm way off.
I'm lost. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I apologize. I thought it was.
This is the worst thing happened. They'll say we did great.
I'm gonna grab the Board of Eds and
Oh,
I'm gonna
up this-
compare.
I'm glad we're not one of those escape rooms. You know,
I'm gonna
I think
compare
we
it.
wouldn't fare very well.
This is an escape room, Dan. Thanks.
Okay, all right.
Are we good?
Okay.
All
We're
right.
all on the wrong page.
No, we're getting there.
5 of us.
You're gonna use 6 Chromebooks.
Thank
All
you.
right, so,
All right, here we go. Let's move ahead.
account 52905, retirement liability.
Wait, 52905.
Find the large health insurance one, the one right below it.
Pension and retirement?
Yep.
Okay,
That
got
should be
it.
at 160. We can cut that back to 150,000, just so the board's aware though. If there are a few retirements, that's a line that'll be under pressure. But last year was at 110. This year we're about trending the same, so 150, some coverage there.
We're talking a 1% cut, basically. Not even, less.
7%.
7%? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong round.
We
So
I'm
we're
at
at
1.5 million.
52, line 52905,
Okay.
retirement liability.
160,000.
Oh, it's in the bottom.
100 and...
And what is the
Oh,
reduction?
you-
oh,
You want to
okay,
reduce
all
that
right, I
to
was looking.
150, yep.
I'm glad I got it because I didn't have my glasses
Thank
on and
you.
I just I did
Okay,
it
all right,
really
Very
thank
by
you. I
shade.
It
appreciate it.
wasn't the next line down like this.
Okay, so it's 59120 though, right?
Yep.
It's not 52905. Okay, so we're reducing that by,
Oh,
Hold on for
okay.
a second, everybody. There's 2 lines here.
Yeah.
I want to make sure we cut the right line.
Yeah.
okay,
The retirement pension line for the $1,000,000, the 1,558,000, we
Yeah.
cannot touch.
okay,
Right.
that's,
Okay.
all
What
right,
we
got
need
it.
to touch is the $160,000 line.
Right, where it says
Perfect.
retirement
To
liability.
be clear, there is, it says your proposed cut is 52905.
No. The
On my
proposed-
sheet, that's what
On
it
the
says.
sheet, but that must be
That's,
wrong.
no, the proposed cut is, what he's talking about now is
My
59120.
apologies.
Yep,
Which
that-
is
so it's
retirement
wrong on the
liability.
sheet.
Yeah,
So you want to cut 59120.
That's right.
correct.
No.
No?
It's 52905 we need to cut, guys.
Okay, so
52905.
52905 is correct.
But that's a
Correct, yeah.
But that's the
1.5.
1.558. That's
Then
what
I'm-
it says
I'm
right
so-
here.
My apologies, those are manual, those forms you're looking at are manually done. This is right from our accounting system.
Okay, so
Right from
let's
our
look
accounting
at that.
system, so you can see that.
Hold on, I need to turn.
Private liability cover here, we just spent 112, we budgeted 150, I budgeted 160. If we just cut it back to the same as this year, we'll be fine.
Okay, so can you,
Hold on.
Can you come stand up here?
Yes, I got you. Hold on,
You
I'm
need
gonna
a
highlight it.
pointer.
Right
I'm
there,
not
take a
following,
look, I
I'm
highlighted
sorry.
it for you. So see the $160,000 line right there in the middle? So, sorry, just so you can.
So yeah, this is a 1% change.
I see 2 green.
Yeah, yeah, so right here, so
see 2
this account right
green.
here, retirement
Oh,
liabilities.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
all right.
what we got mixed up in the book, it appears the amounts for this account, which is the actual pension retirement line,
can't
versus
touch
the
that.
retirement liability. This line's to the dollar.
Okay,
This line is the contingency for retirement, essentially.
So we're gonna go from 150.
150 to we're going to, right now it's at 160, we need to cut that back 10 to 150.
Gotcha.
and it's 52905.
Correct, this is right from the accounting
Okay,
system,
got it.
so 52905, sorry about that, guys.
Okay, so this is, okay, I understand. So this, okay, so let me just make the motion and you
Yep,
correct me if
all
I'm
right.
Yeah,
wrong.
let's do it.
Okay.
So line number 52905, which is retirement liability.
Yep.
I make a motion to reduce it from 160,000 to reduce it by 10,000 to $150,000.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right.
All right. That one's good. Now,
Got that.
So the only 2 accounts I have left are FICA
Okay.
and
Yep.
health insurance.
And where
And there's a lap
is
insurance.
FICA on the same page?
The lap one, you're right, Jason, I didn't get to that one.
52200.
Okay, so
Top of the line.
52200,
Top of the line.
yep.
for FICA. We're
Yeah.
talking FICA right now.
Okay, so we're gonna make a motion to,
Go ahead.
Can we hold off on FICA until I get a calc?
sure,
Yeah.
go, sorry.
Okay. The one account we can cut right now, that I don't have to do a quick calculation on, is if we go to the second page in that same section, insurance, P&L.
Yep.
It's the account that's right now, it's at 316. We can cut that back by $6,025.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, let me,
Making it what?
So we will make it, 6,000,
That's the LAP insurance.
310,279 is the new amount there.
Okay, so I will move on number 55200, insurance PD&L, to reduce the amount of $316,304 by $6,025, which will bring it to $310,279.
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, motion carries.
Then
All
there
right, we're gonna
was-
hold off on FICA, but we could do the two insurance ones now, right?
So for FICA, just looking at it, we could do, it's the 20,000 up top. Just look at it real quick here.
20,000.
20,000.
It's 52200.
Yep, yep. I'm just looking at the amount, to tell you the amount to cut.
The amount is 1,100,000.
Yeah, but he's,
He's figuring something out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the amount to cut, Jason, is $22,023. So we go up here.
And what line item is that for?
That is standby,
52200.
52200.
yeah, and what,
52200, correct.
and what's that bring us down to?
That brings us to 22,023. 1,047,977.
977. All right. I'll make a motion on line 52200, FICA Medicare, to reduce the $1,100,000 by $22,023, which brings us down to $1,047,977.
Did you
Am I
say it again?
Wrong?
I don't get my digits.
So 1,100,000 minus 22,023.
Dan already cut 30,000 from it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all right.
Okay,
So I had the wrong numbers.
Yeah.
You're right, 1,070,000 was initial, 22,000 are cut, new amount 1,047,977.
Well, hold up. That's not adding up.
no.
1,100,000. Take away $22,023.
No, but there was a previous
We cut
cut.
30,000.
Oh.
Dan's first selectmen's budget cut it back 30 to
Oh, okay.
1,070,000.
That's not what's in the book here.
No.
So what is it? 170,000. Okay.
Okay, so let me just redo it then.
1,470,000.
No.
1,000,000.
Take away 22.
1,047,977.
Okay, I got that number now.
Okay, so, all right, let me re-amend my motion. So line 52200, FICA Medicare, I want to reduce the $1,070,000 by $22,023, which brings it down to $1,047,977.
Second.
All right, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
That's a really big adjustment.
That's good.
I mean, that's 10 times what it was on this worksheet.
Well, yeah, well, we-
No, look at the very top, FICA adjustment's 20,000. So.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
Yep, and just so everyone has some clarity, so right now we're looking at $1,047,000, right? So say $1,048,000.
Yep.
We scroll to the very bottom. You're like, how was Kevin able to do that? I took all the salaries, right? So I broke down this budget by these categories here. You can see the Medicare right in the middle of the screen.
Yep.
So you can see Board of Selectmen, the number I need is $1,044,550, right?
Yep.
Right here, see this?
Yep.
That's based literally just on, you take the salaries line, multiply it by that 7%, that's what we need to carry,
Okay,
right? Just so everyone understands where the numbers
how
come
it
from.
Yep.
you generate.
understood.
Okay.
There's
now,
another FICA adjustment within the grid.
You made it both. I added them together.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so we took the $2,023.
Yeah, that's in
Plus
there.
that 20, and that's you got that 22, which is.
Okay, got it.
Yep. So the only number I have left, based on what I'm looking at, electricity, is just the health insurance line.
Well, hold on. There's the health insurance, there's two health insurance lines on ours, and then there's the engineer reduced to single family plan and the grounds crew half-time, full-time.
Those are all health insurance lines.
That's
So they all go
that's all gonna be
together.
covered.
We're gonna get one number.
They're gonna compile
Yep,
them.
Okay.
I'm gonna smack them all together,
Yep.
and we'll see what we get.
Okay.
Okay, Just need 30 seconds.
Sure.
Yep.
Maybe a minute.
That's fine.
So,
So,
He's taking this thing, this thing, this thing, and this thing, combining them into one motion.
Right.
don't look at me, I'm stressing.
We're in no rush. Take your time.
All right, drum roll. 231, 193. Let me just look at this real quick.
Oh, that's that number, all right.
First selectman proposed, here's who we're cutting out. All right, so we cut out that firefighter, that firefighter, that firefighter, and tax aid. We're now cutting out. Second, everybody. First selectman adjustments, 92.
wow, that's a big adjustment.
Oh, it's more than that. It's gonna be a little more than that. Insert this, so now. Here, reductions, one sec. Just wanna make sure that this is right. Alright, so now we only have 3 firefighters, 1.5 cops. Times down to 2.5 times. That's $16,000 savings. So, I see the new amount being. I just want to verify this is right. Give me 1 second. 2393. Okay. The cut, I think we can make. It's 9:30 at night, so just, 268, 361.
Wait, can you say it again? I'm sorry.
268, 361.
268,
361.
361.
And that is from line 52800.
And then what's that bring us down to, Kevin?
3,264,436.
All right, I'll make a motion
Let me
then.
see if that jives. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, yep.
Just make
Let
sure.
me
Yep.
do the numbers on that too.
I just want to make sure. Like, we're going to reduce this by, what am I saying here? 268. 361.
So what is it?
So,
3,264,436.
All right.
okay, so on line 52800, health/dental care, I make a motion to reduce the $3,532,797 by $268,361, which brings it down to $3,264,436.
Yep.
Yep.
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
So I think the only one we're left with is services to the community, as far as I know.
Well, we
Is
already,
there something else we have to do?
no, we already did that. Right?
We did?
When? We didn't do that.
I thought we were tabling, you just had an amount, and you guys were
Yeah.
gonna.
I didn't know if we had the amount. Did we put the
Yeah,
amount
we
in the
put the
record?
amount.
Five, so we put it same as last year. We could go, let me pull that up real quick so you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I knew it was 22.5, but I didn't know if we had to make a
What number is
motion
that?
to approve it.
Not if you haven't reduced it.
Oh, okay, got it.
We
You
just,
guys would vote on the whole budget.
Yeah, understood. Okay, understood. All right,
So
so,
we're not gonna go
Kevin,
through it,
what
or we
number
are
is
gonna go
that?
through it?
we're not, at a later date, we will
There's nothing.
decide how we divide it up.
so there's the amount, so we're just gonna
We're just
decide
doing
how
the
to
total amount.
divide it up at another date. That's
That
what
makes
we did
sense? We were
last
still
year.
waiting for some, I think we're a couple more people that were applying.
Okay.
Does that
It
make
just
sense?
doesn't make sense. I mean, that's not
Okay.
how we've done it in past years, so past years, we've gone through it.
We will go through it. We're just,
When are we gonna go through it?
But what you're saying is, we're gonna put forth an amount.
An amount.
And then people come forward and we say, of that amount, how much we're willing to
yeah, we'll
apportion.
divide up that
That's the
amount.
better.
We'll figure out an amount tonight. Then at a later meeting, we will go through all of the applications and we'll see how we divvy it up.
Oh, well, that's new.
Well, that's a result
It's
of,
just- It, you know, I mean, that's just new, and we're gonna throw that out at 9:30 at night on a pretty late night, so.
well, that's a result of last year. We had a discussion to do it better, and that's,
We had a conversation, I think it was the first night that we started deliberating, Roseanne was here, and then I think she headed out for the scholarship meeting, and Cindy was not here. And it came up that we were gonna talk about it, and we all agreed to hold off until Roseanne was here, to have a conversation about it, and that's the last we spoke of it. It's never been like this before.
So-
And I've only been here a couple of years. There was no process to it. I asked for process to it, for people to start actually putting in an application. Last year, I believe it went to the Board of Finance. They cut it, and then it came back to us at a certain amount. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, because it is late. But it was like $22,000 that they had cut it to. And then we had to go back through and adjust here and there. So this is new.
So-
That's not how it's been done. And now all of a sudden, maybe because somebody wants it that way, it's gonna be presented that way, and now it's 9-something and everybody's tired, and we don't have another meeting scheduled, and it's just gonna get pushed through. Is what it's gonna
So,
be.
we
wait,
had a process last year.
so what happened last year, is my recollection was people submitted applications.
Right.
I sat down for a full weekend at home and went through and figured out a way to divvy up the money. I presented it to everybody on the board. Everybody seemed in agreement with that, and that's how we did it.
Yeah.
So that's my recollection.
Right.
Because,
The problem didn't come from us. It came from when it went to the Board of Finance,
Correct.
Ah.
after it left us.
This you for that, yeah, because
Okay.
I
So
know
this
I'm
allows us
remembering
to-
that.
Yeah,
and I'm
no,
like,
but
wait a
I do
minute,
remember sitting
This
down.
doesn't sound right. And, I mean, it really came from the fact that, I think it was actually you, Ann, that asked the great question, like, here we are, you know, giving money, taxpayer money, to nonprofits and that kind of stuff, and then that's how it evolved to actually having a structure and a process
Right.
to it.
Yep.
It's just, I'm a little bit perplexed by it, because we're going through every single thing, yet, okay, well, hold on, we're not gonna go through that, there's an amount of money, which is, I think, maybe 22,000 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then we have to pass our budget, we have to move it along, and then after we get, you know, applicants or whatever, then we're gonna sit down and then we're going to do it. So it just seemed odd. I'm gonna put it out there, and whatever happens
I
here,
don't-
it's gonna happen, but
Yeah,
it just
I-
seems interesting.
So did we ever
Is there a
have
worksheet?
people, wait, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, because I wasn't really sure how this was occurring, are people, the different 50C3s, are they like applying? That was my understanding. They
Yes, we had some
were
of
submitting
them.
applications.
Yes, and we
Yeah,
have those.
this is the grant, the application.
Yeah, and some
it's all
did, but we don't
together.
have all of them, so,
So we don't have all of them?
right. So
Okay.
the thought was, we will put a number in the budget, we'll see what survives the Board of Finance, and then once we know the budget,
And then
will-
we go back.
we go back and look at the applications. And that was
Okay.
the procedure
So,
that we...
so this is just an amount. It's
Yeah.
not gonna be an amount attached to listed 10 or 15 people or what have you.
No, we'll wait till we get all the applications. We'll wait to see what we end up with after the Board of Finance. This is the number that we're proposing to the
Because
Board of
that's what
Finance.
was given to us from the past budget.
Yeah,
We had put it forward, and then they
Right.
cut it, then they sent it back to us.
Yeah, so this way, we'll know what we have, and then we can, and we'll have all the applications at that point. And then we can go through as a board and assign what we want to assign to the various.
Okay,
And
Does
I'm
that make
just-
sense?
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
reading this too, and it says here, the deadline for submission was January 21st,
Okay.
2026 for
So-
the services to the community.
oh,
So if we don't-
I'm
yeah.
just noticed
Yeah.
it now. So,
Okay.
I mean, we
So
were
we should
supposed to have
have them.
already received them, so.
right, so we're not waiting for any more to come in.
No, we wouldn't be at
No.
this point.
So I think we have the amount, I think it's got to go to Board of Finance, see what they do with it, and then
Then
when
we
we
do
have
it.
the applications, we go through them, and then we can distribute the money
That's right.
accordingly.
I wasn't sure what the date was.
Yeah, I just noticed it as I was looking at
So we
this
should,
now.
anybody that wanted to apply should have applied by now, and there was a
So the Board
deadline.
of Finance is getting a total figure of requests, and then they decide whether they want to spend that much money, and then
Or cut it,
it
yeah.
comes back to us to divide it up.
Right,
That's
Correct.
that's my understanding
Yes.
now, too.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
been my
Yeah.
understanding,
yeah,
yeah.
and that solves that problem.
Okay,
and
Yeah.
it's fair, okay?
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
See what the bottom line looks like?
yeah, no,
Yes, If you wouldn't mind.
I
It's what,
was
15
thinking that it was gonna be
15,540?
listed people here.
Well, how much money are we requesting from the Board of Finance
Well,
for services to the
budget.
community?
Oh.
The same as we did last year,
Same thing.
we're putting in-
22,500.
our budget will have 22,500 going to the Board of Finance.
That was what we approved
Well,
last year.
Yeah.
Well,
and then-
that's what they had sent back to us.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
then that's
So,
what we're sending.
We'll
to
start
them,
off
and
with
we'll
that,
see.
and we'll see how we make out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true, because
Yeah.
we had
And we'll see
requested,
how many
Yes.
applicants.
That good?
Actually
Yes.
filed in a
Yes.
timely
And thank you,
fashion.
thank you for that. Thank you for
No,
the
no, it was,
clarification on it.
but we, you know, we're much
I
better
needed
than
Yeah,
than
thank
last
you.
year. We had a process and we,
I think we all have this worksheet somewhere in our file.
Yes, we do.
I don't know where. It was in a folder for me.
all right, I got it right
It
here.
was a list
Is
of
this the magic number?
the applicants.
This is the
Oh,
services
yeah,
community
okay.
budget. It says requested last year was 53,141.
You have it.
Approved was
Oh.
22,500. This year, the request goes down to 15,540 based on a few
That's what we've
misses.
gotten so far.
Yeah.
There's a couple more, like the Dago Foundation's come in since then.
Okay.
And a couple others just haven't updated.
Okay.
since then.
So just to kind of just put everything into scale. There goes tax dollars.
Settle down, fire services.
Look at them go. Okay, so we're going to request 22,500 based on what was approved last year.
Yeah.
Got it.
And we've already approved that, so.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so we just need the,
Where
Yeah,
did
we did.
approve?
So we just need the
Finals.
final numbers
wait,
of
hang
where
on,
we're at.
Roseanne just asked a
Oh,
question.
sorry.
Where did we approve it?
I thought the last meeting, or maybe we didn't, no?
You're talking about approving what? The 25?
Services to the community.
We did not touch that
No.
last week.
That's
We
it.
haven't
Oh,
touched it.
all right, so we need a motion then? Is-
No, if we don't, if we're not gonna cut it, then we don't need to make a motion. If
Oh,
we're not
okay.
gonna
Because it's
change
in
it.
my, it's in.
So we have it in there as
Okay.
22,500.
Good, so we're gonna leave it alone.
Where is it in the budget, 22,500? Is it just this worksheet?
Yes. Just that- Just one little line, serves the community, 22.5.
So it's represented in the budget book at some point?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
But if we asked for the money last year and they cut it, Now we ask for the same amount of money again.
Cut it further.
We're no further ahead. And there were services to the community that I think we wanted to see supported.
So the other issue is, it looks like they were supposed to be submitted by January 21st, and I only see about 5 different requests here, and I don't know what else Kevin received by that date. So I think that there may be a reduction in the amount of
Yep.
groups.
Sandy and I are reaching out to those, like, there's some of those that are, it's almost like a statutory requirement, like you need a home shelter.
Yeah.
Okay,
certain
yeah, and that
things
I
like
understand,
We are
yes.
reaching out to these. and
That-
trying to
that
get
are
them
required,
granted,
yes.
Or if they gave it to us, we just lost the paperwork, so we're.
Okay,
putting them all
so
together. We're trying to reach out to all of them. If we gave them money in the past, we're reaching out to them saying, hey, did we lose your paperwork? Did it get eaten in snail mail? Because, so whatever.
Exactly,
So we are looking
okay.
at
I
that.
think it's worth noting too that, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, that there are some things on that list that we are required to do,
Correct.
right? Okay, it's like one would be the home,
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
Couple, half a dozen, yeah, there's
Yeah.
a
Right.
handful.
And, yeah,
Yep, I
and
just
that's something
wanted to-
we require and we
Yeah.
want to do.
Yeah.
So we'll leave
Specifically.
the amount at 22.5?
Yeah.
Unless she wants to make a motion to raise it or
Oh.
something.
No, I don't at this point because I don't have a figure in mind, because I don't know what was asked for, what we might want to support. So, no, I
We don't
don't have
have
a
it.
figure.
All we
We
have
We don't
is
have
that,
the
right?
list.
I'd like
So
to
probably
know.
about 15,000, 18,000 maybe total.
Yeah,
It's being asked for.
15.5, something.
So it gives us a little buffer, 22.5. So it's up to you guys, what we do.
Let's leave it.
Just leave it? Okay.
That's the-
Okay, so no motion, no nothing, just leave it.
No.
We
No.
don't need it.
That's in it.
Done and done.
Okay.
So it's
So,
our, all right.
So, our initial request, we need to come in about that 2.86 million. We are at, excuse me, $2,773,714. The town operations budget is 11.00%. So, I mean, that's still high, obviously, but the majority, 1.6 million. Let's go in here and take a look. When you look by department, employee benefits is the driver. $1.3 million of our $1.9 million request is sitting in that fund alone. 135,000 sitting in IT, 60,000 registrars, 210 legal. You add these up right here, these four, 1.7 million of the 1.9 million increase, right?
yeah.
It's still super high though, the 11%, Kevin.
It is. Oh, yeah.
You know, one thing that we didn't talk about was cash capital.
Hmm?
Do you want to talk about cash capital?
Well, we could talk about the capital improvement plan too.
Yes, and that's on my list and mine too. And I have asked, you know, I asked for the CIP commission. I wanted it. I thought that, and then I absolutely think that they've done an incredible job. And I think that it is to the betterment of this process. And I value very much, you know, the strategic-ness and the deliberate behavior, like, you know, constantly going through things and the dialogue and getting to where you had requested them to be.
Yeah.
But I still am very concerned on an 11% going forward. And I look at things like, and I did this in the Board of Ed too, if it's going to get cut, I almost prefer it to be done by us versus them,
Them being,
the Board of Finance.
okay.
Very similar to, okay, at times, years ago, I'd have to look at superintendents and ask them, you know, collectively, please go back to your schools, you know your environment's best, and you must come back with a decrease of at least 15 to 20%. Painful. But you have respect for their positions and them as people to do so. I think that's a good way of going about it.
What's
So
that?
I think that that's a good way about going about it.
Yeah.
So for the CIP, I think that we should go through it and have some conversation about decreasing it some more. And I also think that we should talk about cash capital. I support you in your efforts, and I believe in that. I'm not a person that lives beyond her means. I don't have, extravagant credit cards or anything of that nature. I, again, have a choice and have options, and I just choose to not do that and believe cash is usually the best way to go, okay? And I think that we do have a large challenge where past years that has been done in order to, achieve certain things, low interest rate, bonding, all of these different things, and it has collectively gotten harder, right? So I believe in it. So my thought was putting less in, maybe. But I knew that conversation might come up, and I knew that at the end of this process, after going through it, that either we'd be relooking at certain things, positions, or these other two things. So I'll yield.
Just on that, the cash capital piece is not inclusive of the town operations budget, which we were tasked with.
Okay.
So we were just looking at this line 13.
Okay.
Overall budget is 7.1%, which is still high. That is inclusive of $4 million for the Board of Ed. That is coming down $420,000.
Right.
So right now, this is kind of where we are, but the Board of Finance needs to vote on this.
Right.
Right now, we're under 2 mils with the Board of Ed cuts, with the Board of Ed health insurance adjustment and ours. So right now, this is where the budget sits. That's not what you're going to approve tonight, but this is where the budget sits. Of the $6.5 million, 56,000 is an increase to cash capital.
Okay.
So you're adding $6.5 million to the budget. You're adding 50,000 to cash capital. That's
Okay.
not the
It's not the difference.
That's not the
50,000?
56.
You're going from 998,000 to 1,055,000.
Okay, all right.
So
That
we
makes sense.
increased,
Okay,
we're trying
I
to
understand.
increase
That
the
was
use of
the
cash
increase.
capital by
Okay.
56,720,
But
which is a
the
good
overall
thing.
budget expenditures, we're at 6.68%. That's not what we're allowed to vote on tonight. This is what you have to vote on tonight.
Yep.
Obviously, change, tonight, tomorrow, whatever. But so just so everyone knows, we're, with the Board of Ed cuts to health insurance based on what the state is.
Yeah.
The Board of Selectmen has hit their objective from the Board of Finance.
Yep. So,
Do we have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow?
we
Like as
booked
a
one.
backup, okay.
Yeah.
We didn't really touch capital projects.
So if we were to, can we get this down even more?
So of this cash capital piece here, you're talking 400 grand. It's probably paid for out of your standby. I'll take every dollar out of cash capital. This is what your budget will look like. So, of that $1 million, lease payments are 300,000. Low SIP is paying 520. The general fund and all that $1 million, 240,000 for your touch. If you touch, that's really your cash capital. It's less than $250,000. Grants are paying for 500, and you're paying leases down for 300. So you can shave it $250,000, just bond that money. You'll just see it in future years in debt service payments.
I mean, that's what we were trying to avoid. We're trying
We're still in
to,
a spiral. We haven't got out of the spiral.
but we won't ever get out of the spiral if we don't start using cash capital to pay for our expenses.
See, when you look here, bonds, $6.2 million.
We have to borrow that money if we don't.
Yeah, so you're bonding $6.2 million. You're paying on your principal. You're paying $4.6 million. So you're digging yourself a $1.6 million hole as is before you add anything more.
Yeah.
So this budget is not solving any issues.
Okay.
We've got ourselves in a.
But it is a step in the right direction.
Using cash capital
We're
is,
putting a
yes.
gauze pad on a gunshot wound.
Well, I think that that's true.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I think,
we're energy.
yeah.
Hmm.
But we never get there unless we start.
Unless we make consistent.
Yeah, I
contributions.
mean, last year we did a little better. This year we're adding 56,000 to cash capital, and over time, if we maintain that philosophy, we
So I'm
will
gonna be the
stop.
devil's advocate, like where people will say, and you hear it all the time, okay, like, well, just don't go forward with as much on that capital improvement plan. You know, you don't have to have new vehicles, you don't have to have all of these things. So if we were to,
You talked about cutting it down to zero just to look what that would do. We would save $240,000.
You still need, so of that $1 million, of that $1 million bucks, that we're doing cash capital, 520,000 is paid for by the state of Connecticut.
Yes.
So if you take that out, you have to take out the revenue piece
Oh, I
of the
see.
general fund as well. So just so everyone knows, that 520 here, sitting in low SIP, if you took out those low SIP projects, if you go over here to our low SIP funds, there's the offsetting revenue,
Yeah, okay.
right? So it's not like anyone, no one's picking that up.
So we could actually not only save money by cutting, but we would lose money by cutting because the
That's
state
right.
is taxpayers paying. this
Right.
money.
That's the dynamic.
that's the, yeah.
So, and so this year we're spending about 293, 294 on leases. Last year was over 300. Next year will be almost 200. Year after it'll be 100. Year after it'll be 0. So with that reduction in the lease payments, we're almost building up cash capital just by maintaining it, right? So
Lease payments for,
town's been leasing. So
town's been leasing what though?
What are
That's
they
what-
leasing?
garbage trucks, police vehicles.
Okay,
Everything
understood.
you think of that's
Yep.
not paid for a bond.
Yep.
The town's never had cash capital. So if you see
Understood.
any assets in the world, you're either paying that in a 20-year note, or you're paying for that in a 5-year lease.
Got it.
At some point, you're paying interest on everything.
So if we
Yeah.
can reduce the leases by using the cash capital, well, it really improves our situation down the road. So it's-
Understood.
so-
Well, it doesn't seem to me that it's worthwhile to dig in too much into cash capital, especially since they spent 20 hours on it or something. And it seems like by pulling one thread, you would actually lose your
Unravel the
pants.
whole thing.
So maybe a proposal would be stop here for tonight, come back tomorrow, see if we have a fresh set of eyes on this, decide if we want to do that, or if not, go forward with voting on this budget.
We decide if we want to go forward on,
With axing stuff from cash capital, or someone else has another creative, great idea.
Where would your suggestion be to cut more? Where should we be looking more?
So I usually go back to this work paper here. This is the operating budget worksheet, so it's giving all the increases, right? So this is showing all the drivers. What's really driving this budget? So, and I think I sorted this, let me see. This sorts by department. So I mean, when you look at the large increases, right? Look at okay, so I think we could examine legal services. You're gonna have to take a scalpel and just look at contingency. Look back at registrars, maybe have a conversation, that's up $61,000. See if we can shake out IT, rattle that cage one more time. I mean, the rest of these departments, you know, minuscule increases, so really, if I was to pick departments, it would probably be.
And even if we were to eliminate the 3 full-time at the fire, I mean, is it gonna save us anything? I mean,
So you'd have to add 300,000 overtime.
right,
You know, so that's just a balancing act.
right.
You know, because if you take out the 3 firemen, are you going to give them a part-time budget, or are you going to add the overtime budget? You might save on health insurance,
Right.
but you're going to give them 300,000 on the overtime line,
Right,
right? So that's the balancing
the
act.
balancing act,
You know?
yeah,
That's a game we you know.
yeah,
we all
We've been playing.
right.
Yeah, and then like I said, health insurance, like all the employee benefits piece of this. Especially health, that's another increase. Part-time 29 grand, police 150, fires 300, highway, public works is 175, right? So I mean, those are the department side. If you're focusing on departments, these are the heavy hitters, right? So I would say.
And IT is so integrated now, like literally in the budget, it's all over. Every time you go over there.
I mean, everything's IT. Everything's on the
Right.
cloud, so, I mean, but, you know, so,
And we're facing a lot of challenges with IT.
Yeah, I mean, really, my concern is with the budget is, again, not just right now, but years to come. Like, it's just another year coming. By the time we're actually in with this,
Right.
we're going to start thinking about the next one, to be honest with you. And, you know, you do have to make choices, but there's going to be points where we're just not going to be able to make a choice, that we're going to be forced. So I would hate to be at a mill rate of 30 and then, oh, by the way, you know, now we have no choice in the matter, and these costs are coming in, and now our community's looking at 32 or 33 or 34. Like that, we're on a fast train right now. And that's why, you know, I know that sometimes people get frustrated when I say things or when I'm, you know, super transparent, like, because it's real. This is real, right? And some people don't honestly understand it unless you're literally speaking the way that I'm speaking.
Yeah.
So,
so,
I,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, I think the problem is, I mean, there's just certain expenses we have no control over, you know, healthcare, insurance,
agreed.
and contractual obligations. And then that leaves, you know, what's left that we, you know, that we study and we scrutinize. And there's a point at which the reductions really affect the services and the quality of life in town. And that's, I kind of, you know, that's where you get. And I
There's
think,
also the idea that we need to grow our grant list, and the only way to do that is development, or, you know, encourage people to buy cars.
Well, I'm actually really glad that you said that because, you know, our grand list has increased, but that, I don't believe that we're going to see consistent growth like that, specifically with some of the parameters that we have, okay? It would be great. We don't have a high tax base. One of the things, you know, that cell tower, I was just like, you know what? I feel like that was a missed opportunity where, you know, if we do have town space, that we possibly, if we didn't, if we weren't on a time restraint, if we had had more time to say, hey, hold on a second, we have this, you could rent it from us, and we could have pulled that revenue in. So, I mean, there has to be options. Okay, but I do think that we are very limited. And, you know, just a quick personal story. So here I'm in the salon getting my hair done, and, you know, we're talking to the ladies. And the truth of the matter is, you'll hear people talk about affordable housing, right? And we want to make it affordable for people to live here in our town. People are being priced out, and that is the absolute truth. People cannot afford their modest homes, okay? Because it is a modest home that she owns. Her insurance has skyrocketed, right? Because everybody's pretty much is, mine too. You know, and if you've made any additions on your home, now the assessment is coming through. Your property taxes are going to go through the roof. It's higher to live. You know, somebody made a comment about milk. My example of milk ended years ago. Eversource is, people are struggling to pay their light bills. They can't pay them. And then they go on to a, you know, a payment plan, and then boom, you got to pay, you know, $3,000, you know, and you got to pay it, or your lights are going to be off. And a lot of people had to turn their heat on higher, right? Because the winter that we had,
right,
that was brutal.
yeah, it's very tough.
So I
on
mean,
it.
it's a lot. So that's why I'm being cautious. That's why I'm talking the way that I am, and really trying
no,
to
it's
do,
good.
not that anyone else here isn't. I know that you are, but I feel like we need to work a little harder, and even if it is painful, otherwise that's, I mean, I guess it'll go to the Board of Finance, and then they'll do it maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they'll do, to be honest.
Well, we'll do what we think is right. What the Board of Finance does is their business.
And that's a good point,
And you
Roseanne.
talk about affordable housing.
Yeah.
When you find out what they're actually charging for the rents, how affordable is it?
It is not. You
I
are
could not
correct.
afford to live
You are so
in
correct.
the affordable.
It's not.
So
I know.
that's not what we need.
Right.
And the
Truth.
number of amount of services that they
Yeah.
require. So that's not the big solution that people
You're right.
think that
It
it
is.
is.
And that-
So what are your thoughts, Roseanne? What do you think? I value you so much and, the
Thank you,
experience
but
that you
I don't feel that I'm
have.
any better informed than anyone else on the board.
But I feel like you
We're
have
all
so much
equal,
experience too.
And I think
What
that
your
it's
thoughts are.
10 minutes of 9, if that's the right time. And I
No,
think
it's
No.
10 of 10.
10 of
It's
10.
10 of 10.
I was optimistic. So I think we need to go home and get some rest.
So meeting tomorrow then to figure this out?
We
Or you
could-
want to iron it out right now?
I mean, I think we're pretty close. I don't know what other, I think the biggest discussion here is cash capital. I hope that we leave it alone. I hope Board of Finance does. It's the only way we get to a point, as Candace points out, that we begin to reduce that spiral, so it becomes a little bit more affordable. It's, you put it on you just can't keep putting it on the credit card every time. You gotta try to pay the credit card off, and that's what cash capital does in simple terms. And so, I hope that we stick to it, but, it's a board, so it's not my decision.
But in terms of right now, you are in favor of just doing a vote, going forward with what we have, sending it off to Board of Finance, not taking a pause?
I mean, I'm willing to do whatever the board, everyone feels like doing. I think we've done the best we can do. I'm afraid if we do more cuts, then we're gonna start impacting services in a way that doesn't serve us very well.
Well, I think that's the point. If we think that this is the best that we can do, then that's what we do. And then if the Board of Finance does what they have to do, hopefully they would agree with us.
Maybe there's a little more meat on the bone that they can, we don't want to do too good a job, we'll leave them something to do, but I think, I think we've done a very good job. I mean, I'm proud of the work that we've all done here, I think we've done good. I'm not sure where else we can,
We met our target.
yeah, we
What
did
else
better
we
than,
can,
yeah, we did better than our target that was suggested to us by the Board of Finance. We did a little bit better, so I'm happy about that, and I think at this point, we put it in their hands. That's
Yeah,
my
well,
thought.
I'm persuaded. That was sufficient for me.
Do I hear a motion to accept the budget?
Have a special written out one, or just say?
We need a dollar amount with that.
Yeah.
Okay, who's got it?
1 million? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll put that forward.
All right, 103,532,507. 103,532,507.
All right, do I hear a motion to accept that figure for our budget?
All right, so I'll move to have a budget, this is the operating budget, correct?
Approve the operating budget.
To approve the operating budget for the general government for $103,532,507.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
All right, any further discussion? All right.
I
call
think we
for a
should
vote.
find more.
Pardon me?
I think that we should bring it down more. I do.
You should bring it up, I'm
I
sorry?
think that we should bring it down more.
Bring it down.
And if that means maybe leaving tonight and then our finance director can go and come back to the table tomorrow to get it down more. We have one more day, maybe. I just don't feel right about it. Like when you're about to take a vote, I don't want to vote yay. I don't want to vote yes. I don't. And I don't want to vote no, but I really don't feel good about it. And I am, happy that we have had the dialogue that we have, but it's still high.
And when you look in comparison, and I mean, I do expect it to be higher. I do. I do.
Yeah.
But I just don't feel comfortable with it. And I understand if but I can't.
I mean, I'd be game to come back tomorrow and see if there's anything else that we can glean from this.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's up to everybody on the board. I mean, I figure if tomorrow is basically our last night, is that,
Yeah.
am I correct
Yeah.
in that?
Yes.
So
So-
sleep on it is what you're saying.
Yeah,
and-
kinda.
And see what, and,
Yeah.
and that's, you know, it's kind of like, you know, the last kind of ditch effort.
Yes, I'm not
And-
suggesting another 10 o'clock night. I'm really not. This has been a really exhaustive process, and
We-
I do appreciate everybody, but,
The problem tomorrow night is we only have the room for an hour, hour and a half.
okay.
So we have it from 5:30 till about 6:45. That's where the meeting starts, so. But that doesn't mean we can't get back together and sleep on it if that's what everybody wants to do, or we can.
When
call
is
vote.
it due to the Board of Finance?
Tomorrow's your last night.
Tomorrow's the last night. Okay.
Tomorrow night, yeah, absolutely. it is.
And if we don't have a
It's gotta be
quorum or
presented
something happens,
by
I'm concerned that that's the last option. We only have 5 of us now. And if we lose somebody or 2, and if we don't have a quorum, then we don't have an approved budget.
That
Just
is a consideration.
I think it is.
Dang it, why isn't this easy?
That's never easy.
Okay. Well, what can you come up with to decrease it more?
Well,
I'm looking right at Kevin, and he's looking at me, and he's going through his numbers. I mean, I want to feel good about what we send.
I think that we have done, in my 40 years on the Board of Selectmen, we have never spent this amount of time on a budget and budget deliberations and thoroughness, including probably 20 hours alone on the capital improvement program. I think that we have done a good job. Is it perfect? No. We've met better than the goal that the Board of Finance set for us. I think we've done our due diligence on this. If people want to meet tomorrow night, we can, but at the present time, I don't have anything in mind that I would like to see do less with. Because you know that when it goes to, we're under what the Board of Finance expected to get from us. So as I think about it, what do I want to do without that I would want to cut out tomorrow night? I want my trash picked up every
Me too.
week. I want that trash truck coming and being able to pick up my trash. I live in this town. I love this town. And this is a town that people move into and they expect services. Unfortunately, the price on everything is going up. And unfortunately, again, a lot of people's salaries are not. So we all do without things that perhaps we used to do. And that's the way things are. So my feeling is we've had an extensive deliberation tonight. I'm willing to listen to other people's suggestions, but I don't personally have anything new to offer.
Thank you, Roseanne.
Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I come at this from an open mind, but you and Roseanne both make very compelling arguments, especially in terms of quorum, especially in terms of what more could you do. I do think it's a good idea when you have a big decision to sleep on it, but, I feel good about this. I'm not tired, I'm lucid. It's not like I'm making snap judgments or shooting from the hip here. Like, this is the culmination of many hours of work and thought and wrangling. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd probably do it the same. So I feel comfortable if we called a vote
Okay.
going forward with this.
Ian? We have a motion on the table. We
I
have
gu-
it's
I
been
guess-
seconded.
I guess what I would say is that I think there's probably always room for improvement, and I do think, though, having said that, that we've pretty much gone through this pretty closely, I would say, and I think that if there's other things that at this point, maybe we're not seeing it, even if we do sleep on it, and that I think the Board of Finance will have a fresh set of eyes. And sometimes that in itself will then enable them to find some other cuts. So I think that's really it, because when I review something again and again after a while, I don't see, I don't have the new eyes to look at it. So I think that's why at this juncture, I guess I would agree to forward it to the Board of Finance and hope that their charge would be to look at it with fresh eyes and find some other cuts.
Okay.
That's really what I think. Because, we've been through this, and I just don't see, unless we start cutting like people's, general wage increase or something like that. And, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback with that. I think that most of the departments, as Kevin says, have felt the pain, and most people have given up things. The departments, the people, the employees. And I think it's all for the benefit of the residents so that, we don't overburden them. And that's really, I think, my goal, but I think that's our goal, is to try to keep the tax burden down, while also at the same time providing services, quality services to the townspeople.
Thank you.
So that's my say on it.
All right.
I appreciate all of that, although I'm staring at Kevin in a whole last-ditch effort, because I see you doing numbers before I give my spiel.
So.
What do you got?
Discover $100 million somewhere.
He found something,
No, okay, so
because he's
here.
excited. Look at him. The
Okay,
numbers.
So it's just a matter of how much we want to leverage this thing.
Okay.
And tweak it up. But
Please.
if you notice, so we have the 3 firefighters here, 1.5 cops, okay? These are the positions that are essentially vacant right now, or vacant, or when I did this, that position wasn't filled, right? So we have 2 land use secretaries, but one wasn't there when this was done, so we didn't account for the health insurance, yada, yada. Anyway, long story short, I am carrying family plans for all these guys, okay? Gals, people. Guys, cool, guys, okay. But if we cut, one of these back to a family plan or a single plan, that's $20,000 a whack.
Okay.
The problem is we can't put them all single, and then we get one family, and we're not budgeting properly. But if you want, I can change, 2 of these to single.
So we said 40 grand.
Let's say like 42 grand. Would that be like that's an easier one where hey we don't pick and choose, but not everyone coming as a family, right? That's a 40K savings.
But what if they do and we haven't budgeted the money?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
So right
problem.
back here saying, Roseanne, I need a.
Well, that's why it's better to do it now, and if we,
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't you go to contingency at that juncture?
Yeah, but you're talking a $200,000 contingency
Yeah,
for
it's pretty thin.
Okay. All right, well, I'm just,
we really try not to touch contingency, unless it's like.
I think that's treacherous to do that.
before the year even starts.
Right, but I mean, like if I just take right now we're at.
Oh my gosh, that savings is less than.
Yeah.
We're talking
It's like 1,000th of 1%.
Yeah.
I mean, $100 million budget, you've got $1 million moves at 1%.
Yeah.
We're talking, 10 grand, 20 grand, so.
I think any more cuts that we're going to do are going to have detrimental impacts.
Well, right, and I'm listening to that, and I agree with everybody. I'm not sitting here, in profound disagreement. However, I do think that, when anyone is saying, me included, that we don't want to push this cost onto and burden our community members, that is exactly what is happening when you move a budget like this forward. So there are those that would say, well, then yeah, we're going to have to do with less. Take some of this stuff off of your CIP plan. Don't get all these new vehicles. Don't do this. Don't do that. You know, cut back on some positions or don't fill some positions. I get it, you know, I get it.
Well,
So
anything more?
take your vote. We'll take the
All
vote.
right, let's call for a vote. We have a first and a second. All in favor of approving the budget as stated, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
All right, it's 4-1, and the motion carries. The budget is approved.
Motion to adjourn?
I think that's all our business for this evening. Do I hear?
I'll
Motion.
move to adjourn the meeting at 10:03 PM.
Do I hear a second?
A second?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Stand adjourned.